Hello, wishing you moments of comfortable entertainment. This is an engaging audio channel exclusively dedicated to your favorite audiobooks.
Prologue. In the year of our Lord 2019, 32-year-old Eva Mercy nearly choked to death on a piece of gum. She'd been attempting to masturbate when the gum lodged in her throat, cutting off her air supply. As she slowly blacked out, she kept imagining her daughter, Audrey, finding her flailing about in Christmas jammies while clutching a tube of strawberry lube and a dildo called the quarterback, which vibrated at a much higher frequency than advertised, gum-choking frequency. The obituary headline would be Death by Dildo. Hell of a legacy to leave her orphan 12-year-old. Eva didn't die, though. She eventually coughed up the gum. Shaken, she buried the quarterback in a drawer full of hip-hop concert tees, slipped on her ancient cameo ring, and padded down the hall to wake up Audrey for her BFF's Hampton's birthday party. She had no time to dwell on her brush with mortality. While she'd admit to being a damn good mom and a capable novelist, Eva's true talent was her ability to push weird shit aside and get on with life. This time, she did it a little too well and missed the obvious. When Eva Mercy was little, her mom told her that Creole women see signs. This was back when Eva's only understanding of Creole was that it was vaguely connected to Louisiana and black people with French last names. It wasn't until junior high that she realized her mom was, what's a fair word? Eccentric, and curated signs to justify her whims. Mariah Carey released an album called Charm Bracelet. Let's blow rent on cubic zirconia charms at Zales. Point is, Eva was wired to believe that the universe sent her messages. So it should have occurred to her to expect a life-altering drama after Trident Gate. After all, she'd had a near-death experience before. And that time, like this one, she woke up to her world forever changed. Sunday. Chapter 1. Bite Me. A toast to our sex goddess Eva Mercy, hollered a cherub of a woman, raising her champagne glass. Eva, whose throat was still raspy from yesterday's gum incident, coughed back a snort at sex goddess. The 40 women crammed around long dining tables cheered loudly. They were bombed. The book club, composed of rowdy, upper-middle-class white women on the business end of their 50s, had traveled from Dayton, Ohio, all the way to Manhattan to celebrate Eva with a brunch. The occasion was the 15th anniversary of her formerly best-selling, erotica series, Cursed. Lacey, president of the chapter, adjusted her purple witch hat and turned to Eva, who was at the head of the table. Today, she bellowed, we celebrate the magical day we met our bronze-eyed vampire, Sebastian, and his true love, the badass, unwicked witch, Gia. The tables erupted in squeals. Eva was relieved that Times Square's deliriously cheesy S&M-themed restaurant, A Place of Yes, had provided a private room. And oh, what a room. The ceiling was awash in red velvet, and a web of bondage ropes and riding crops decorated the walls. Goth candelabras dangled dangerously low over the black lacquered tables. The menu of pain/pleasure was the tourist attraction. Depending upon your selection, wait staff in bondage gear would lightly flog you or do a lap dance or whatever, if you so desired. Eva did not desire, but she was a good sport, and the Real Housewives of Dayton had traveled such a long way. These were her people, the rabid fandom who kept her afloat, especially recently as the vampire phenomenon and her book sales had cooled off. So Eva chose cuffs plus cookies off the menu. And now she was seated on a Gothic throne, her hands cuffed behind the chair while a bored waitress in a pleather corset fed her snickerdoodles. It was 2:45 p.m. She should have been mortified, but she was no stranger to this scene. After all, Eva did write supermarket checkout porn. While most authors had speaking engagements at bookstores, universities, and chic private homes, Eva's events were, raunchier. She'd done signings at sex shops, burlesque clubs, and tantric workshops. She'd even sold books at the 2008 Feminists in Adult Film, Faffy's After Party. This was the gig. She smiled indulgently, while her readers swooned over the two horny, dysfunctional, permanently 19-year-old basket cases she'd invented when she herself was a horny, dysfunctional 19-year-old basket case. Eva had never set out for her name to be synonymous with witches, vampires, and orgasms. As a double major in creative writing and advanced melancholia, Eva had accidentally stumbled upon this life. It was sophomore year, winter break. She had nowhere to go, so she holed up in her dorm room, pouring her teen angst and horror fan daydreams into a violent lust fest, which her roommates secretly submitted to Jump Scare Magazine's new fiction contest. She got first prize and a literary agent. 3 months later, Eva was a college dropout with a 6-figure multiple book deal. Ironic that she made a living writing about sexy sex. Eva couldn't remember the last time she got naked with anyone, undead or otherwise. Between authoring, touring, single-mothering a tween tornado, and fighting through a chronic illness that ranged from manageable to utterly debilitating, she was too depleted to romance a real-life penis, which was fine. When Eva had an itch, she scratched it in her books. Like a boxer abstaining before the big match, she used her unconsummated lust to give Sebastian and Gia's story a wild edge. It was fiction ammunition. But in the social media era, nobody wanted to picture their favorite erotica author zonked on painkillers, drooling on her couch by 9:25 every night. So in public, Eva looked the part. She had her own tomboy chic take on sexy. Today, it was a gray t-shirt mini dress, Adidas, vintage gold hoops, and smudged black liner. With her signature sexy secretary glasses and collarbone-length curls, she could almost convince anyone she was a man-killer. Eva was brilliant at faking things. "And bless you," continued Lacey, "for instilling our faith in passion. Even though Gia and Sebastian are bound by an ancient curse to wake up on opposite sides of the world the moment after orgasm, you gave us a community, an obsesh. Can't wait for Cursed Book 15. Amid applause, Eva smiled brightly and attempted to rise. Unfortunately, she forgot she was handcuffed to the chair, and she was abruptly yanked back down. Everyone gasped as Eva plummeted to the floor. Her dominatrix waitress sprang to action 2 seconds too late, uncuffing her from the overturned chair. "Whoa, too much Merlot," giggled Eva, popping back up. It was a lie. She couldn't drink alcohol with her health issues. 2 sips would land her in the ER. Eva raised her glass of seltzer up at the sea of happily wasted boomers. Most of them, like Lacey, were wearing Gia's signature purple witch hat. A handful had a blingy S pendant pinned to their Chico's blouses. It was Sebastian's S, meant to emulate the vampire's scrawled signature. $29.99 at evamercymercyme.com. Eva had the same S branded on her forearm, a regrettable decision made years ago on a blurry night by a blurry girl. "I can't thank you enough," she gushed. "Really, your support keeps the cursed world turning. I hope Book 15 lives up to your expectations. If I ever write it." The manuscript was due in a week, and paralyzed with writer's block, she'd barely cobbled together 5 chapters. Swiftly, she changed the subject. "So, does anyone read Variety?" This was a Red Book and Martha Stewart living crowd, so no. "Exciting news broke yesterday." Eva sat down her glass and clasped her black manicured fingers under her chin. "Our wish was granted. Cursed has been optioned for film rights." There were shrieks. Someone threw a witch hat in the air. A flushed blonde whipped out her iPhone and recorded Eva's speech so she could post it to Cursed's Facebook fan page later. Along with several Tumblr and Twitter fan accounts, Facebook was a deeply important book promo platform for Eva, where her readers shared fan art, gossiped, wrote obscene fan fiction, and debated casting decisions for the movie they'd fantasized about for years. "I landed a producer. A black female producer, thank you, Jesus, who really gets our world. Her last film was a steamy Sundance short about a real estate agent seducing a werewolf. We're interviewing directors now. Sebastian on film? Imagine, swooned a faux redhead. We just need a black actor with bronze eyes, one who's a good biter. Eva, how do I ask my husband to bite me? Whined a Meryl Streep lookalike. This always happened. The sex talk. Arousal through biting is a thing, you know. It's called odaxilania, Eva divulged. Just tell him you want it. Whispered in his ear. Odaxilania me, slurred Meryl. Catchy, Eva said with a wink. I'm stoked to see big screen Gia, said a husky-voiced brunette. She's such a fearless warrior. Sebastian's supposed to be the scary one, but she's killed armies of vampire hunters to protect him. Right? The force of teen girl passion could power nations. With a twinkle in her eye, Eva launched into the mini monologue she'd perfected ages ago. This part was still fun. We're taught that men are all animal impulse and id, but girls get there first. And then society stomps it out, said the brunette. Word. Eva knew the pain was close. Before an episode, her mask slipped, and the black popped out. Look at history, Eva continued, rubbing a temple. Roxanne Shante out-rapping grown men at 14. Serena winning the U.S. Open at 17. Mary Shelley writing Frankenstein at 18. Josephine Baker conquering Paris at 19. Zelda Fitzgerald high school diary was so fire that her future husband stole entire passages to write The Great Gatsby. The 18th century poet Phyllis Wheatley published her first piece at 14 while enslaved. Joan of Arc, Greta Thunberg, teen girls rearranging the fucking world. An electrified hush fell over the group, but Eva was sinking. The pounding in her temples was sharpening by the millisecond. Sugar triggered her condition, and she'd been force-fed all those cookies. She knew better, but she'd been cuffed. Absent-mindedly, Eva snapped the rubber band she always wore around her right wrist. It was a pain distraction, an old trick. Remember when Kate Winslet escapes the Titanic? Asked the brunette, and then jumps back on to be with Leo? That's teen girl passion. I'd do that today to get to Leo, admitted Lacey, and I'm 41. She was 55. Just like Gia, gasped a petite woman with a clip-on bun. In every book, she fights her way back to Sebastian, despite knowing that when they have sex, they're cursed to lose each other again. It's a metaphor, said Eva, her vision blurring. No matter how perilous the journey, it's never over for true soulmates. Who doesn't want a connection that burns forever, despite distance, time, and curses? She didn't. The thought of perilous love made her nauseous. Confession, whispered a flushed blonde on her fourth glass of rosé. My son plays Ohio State basketball, and I get so horny during games. To me, all those beautiful black players are Sebastian. Speechless, Eva gulped down her seltzer. This'll be my legacy, she thought. I have friends organizing protest rallies and writing Pulitzer Prize-winning New Yorker essays on race in America. My own daughter's so militant she begged a cop to arrest her at the middle school march on Midtown. But my contribution to these troubled times will be inciting white women of a certain age to sexually profile black student athletes who'd really just like to make it to the NBA in peace. Then Eva's head was seized by a thunderous hammering. She clutched the edge of her seat with trembling fingers, bracing herself for each blow. The world went fuzzy. Features were melting off faces like Dolly's clocks. The competing perfumes in the room made her stomach lurch. And then the hammer slammed into her face harder and faster, aiming to maim. And she heard everything at a punishing decibel. The AC, clanging silverware. Merciful Christ, did someone open a candy wrapper in Connecticut? They always escalated so fast. The ruthlessly violent migraines that had tortured her since childhood and baffled the most decorated specialists on the East Coast. Eva's eyelids started to droop. In a well-practiced fake-out, she raised her eyebrows to look alert, shooting a dazzling smile at her audience. Looking at those body broads, she felt the low-grade envy she always felt in a group. They were normal. They could do things. Regular-ass things, like diving headfirst into a pool, holding up their end of a conversation for more than 20 minutes, burning scented candles, getting tipsy, surviving an F-train ride while a subway saxophonist blared Ain't Nobody for 9 stops, enjoying sex in ambitious positions, laughing too heartily, crying too mightily, breathing too deeply, walking too swiftly. Living, period. She'd bet these women could do most of these things without shredding agony smiting them like punishment from an angry god. What was it like? The luxury of not hurting. I'm an alien, Eva thought. She'd always felt as if she were impersonating a human, and she accepted it. But she'd never stopped fantasizing about being unsick. Excuse me for a sec, Eva managed. Just need to call my daughter. Calmly clutching her tote, she swept through the red velvet door of the private room, weaving through tables of suburban theater goers, gushing over Hamilton. She spotted the ladies' lounge behind the hostess area. She rushed in, burst into a handicapped stall with a sink, and vomited into the toilet. For moments afterward, Eva stood there, breathing deeply through the pain, the way her team of neurologists, acupuncturists, and Eastern healers had taught her. Then she vomited again. Swaying, she grasped the sink rim for balance. Her eyeliner was a mess now. This was why she wore it smudged. She never knew when an episode would strike, so if her makeup aesthetic was Rihanna at 3 a.m., then she could pretend it was intentional. Eva pulled her box of disposable painkiller injections out of her bag. Yanking up her dress, she exposed her scar-addled thigh, jabbed in a needle, and tossed it in the trash. For good measure, she grabbed an Altoids tin and chose a medical marijuana gummy bear, prescribed by NYC's top pain specialists. Thank you very much. She chomped off an ear. Fuck it, she thought, and tossed the whole thing in her mouth. This would take the edge off until nighttime so she could get through mommy-daughter after-school rituals, and then crash. Gingerly, Eva leaned back against the tiled wall. Her lids shuddered closed. Her sickness wasn't sexy, and her disability was invisible. She wasn't missing a limb or in a full body cast. Her level of suffering seemed impossible for others to fathom. After all, everyone got headaches sometimes, like during coffee withdrawal or the flu. So she hid it. All people knew was that Eva canceled plans a lot, busy writing, and was prone to fainting like at Denise and Todd's wedding. Too much Prosecco, or forgot words mid-sentence. Sorry, just distracted. Or disappeared for weeks at a time. A writing retreat. Definitely not an inpatient stay in Mount Sinai's pain ward. White lies were easier than the truth. Case in point, what would the orgasmic Ohioans think if they knew she wanted to strangle Sebastian and Gia, to banish them to wherever those Twilight fuckers went? She loved her books at first. She wrote to tickle herself, the ideas sparkling like wildfire. Then she wrote for her readers. Now she lifted entire plot points from the comments sections of cursed fan sites, the depth of author cheating. She just couldn't peddle tortured romance anymore. Years ago, she thought love wasn't real unless it drew blood. She, Sebastian, and Gia were all teens once, sharing the same twisted brain. Sebastian and Gia didn't grow up, but Eva did. She wanted Cursed to die, but the series provided a stable, secure life for Audrey. Eva had fought dragons to spare her baby from the childhood she'd had, and she'd won. She just wished she could find her spark again. The movie might help her rescue it. Not only that, but deep down, Eva hoped it'd give her a fresh start. With her cut from the deal, she could finally afford to take a break from writing Cursed and work on her dream book, the one that had been buzzing under her skin forever. She was so much more than her silly, raunchy romance. At least she hoped she was. It was time for her to prove it to herself. Feeling a bit better, Eva rinsed her mouth out with her travel-size mouthwash. Almost unconsciously, she raised her left middle finger where she always wore her vintage cameo ring. She felt naked without it, to her nose, and inhaled. It was an old habit. The barely there sense of some long-ago woman's perfume always soothed her. Finally, in a quiet moment, she decided to check her phone. Today, 12:45 p.m., Queen Cece. Ma'am, where are you? As your editor, I hope you're writing. As your best friend, I demand you take a break. Huge news. Text back. Today, 1:11 p.m., Sydney, the producer. Been trying to get you for 3 hours. I think I found our director. Call me. Today, 2:40 p.m., my baby. Did you get me the feathers for my Feministicon art project? I need it for Grandma's portrait, specifically her hair. It was so fluffy. Thanks, Mama. Enjoy your cringy sex luncheon. XO. Today, 3:04 p.m. Jackie, the weirdly hypochondriac sitter I only use for emergencies. Audrey's home from the debate team pizza lunch, but she brought 20 kids with her. I noted on my childcare.com profile that I don't do large groups. Agoraphobia, germophobia, claustrophobia. Jesus, Audrey, she moaned. Lightheaded from her gummy and injection cocktail, she scheduled an Uber, offered her apologies to the Ohio players, and was Brooklyn-bound in 6 minutes. Chapter 2. Single Mom Superhero. Jackie, where's Audrey? Breathless, Eva stood in the doorway of her apartment. She took a cursory sweep of the bright, eclectic space. Her Indonesian, via home goods, throw pillows and rugs were in their rightful place. Not a book was askew in the wall-to-wall library behind the purple armoire she'd bought when Prince died. Her Pinterest-inspired Park Slope home was exactly how she'd left it. Park Slope was a hippy-dippy Brooklyn hood, thoroughly gentrified with wealthy liberal families. Most of the parents had kids when they were in their late 30s after having conquered careers in new media, advertising, publishing, or in one celebrated case, frozen songwriting. Mostly white, the hood felt diverse because of its sprinkling of same-sex parents and biracial kids in predominantly Asian Jewish, Black Jewish, or Asian Black combos. Eva and Audrey stood out because A, Eva was a decade younger than the other moms. B, she was single. And C, Audrey had a black mom and a black father, as opposed to her dad being Jewish or Vietnamese, or a woman. Oh, hey! Jackie, the babysitter, was chilling on the couch with her feet propped up on a boho ottoman. Jackie, I was working. I ran here from Times Square. On foot? Jackie, a divinity student at Columbia, was very literal. Eva stared at her. Audrey's in her room with the kids, on Snapchat. Eva squeezed her eyes shut and fisted her hands. Audrey, Zora, Tony, Mercy, Moore. She heard murmurs bubbling from Audrey's bedroom, down the short hallway. Then a crash. Giggles. Finally, Audrey cracked the door and slipped out, grinning guiltily. At 12, Audrey was Eva's height, with her dimples, curls, and rich hazelnut complexion. But she took her style cues from Willow Smith and Yara Shahidi, hence the 2 space buns atop her head, tie-dye crop top, cutoffs, and filas. With her mile-long lashes and gawky frame, she looked like Bambi at her first Coachella. Audrey galloped over to her mother, giving her a hearty hug. Mommy, are those my jeans? You look so cute. Pronounced cute, no T. Eva disentangled herself from Audrey's grasp. Did I say you could bring the entire debate team home? But we're just... You think I don't know what you're doing? Eva lowered her voice. Did you charge them? Audrey sputtered. Did you charge them? It's an exchange of goods, Mom. I provide counseling services, and they pay me. Everyone at Cheshire Prep is addicted to my Snapchat therapy sessions. The one when I cured Delilah's fear of flying coach? I'm a legend. You're a child. When you're sleepy, you still pronounce breakfast, breakfix. Audrey groaned. Look, when I'm a celebrity therapist making several mil a year, we'll giggle about this over bubble tea. I told you to stop this therapy business, hissed Eva. I don't send you to that fancy private school to hustle white children out of their lunch money. Reparations, said Jackie from the couch. Eva jumped, forgetting that the babysitter was still there. Sensing her dismissal, Jackie scurried out the door while Audrey murdered her with her eyeballs. She whipped her head around to her mother and said, I'm too old for a babysitter. And Jackie is the entire worst with her judgmental eyes and Crocs with socks. Audrey, started Eva, rubbing a temple. What do I always say? Resist, persist, insist, she recited. What else? I've never been sleepier than I am at this moment. What else? Audrey sighed, defeated. I trust you, you trust me. Right. When you break my rules, I can't trust you. You're grounded. No devices for 2 weeks. Audrey shrieked. The noise reverberated in Eva's head for 30 seconds. No phone? What am I gonna do? Who knows? Read Goosebumps and write poems to Usher like I did at your age. Eva stormed down the hall and entered Audrey's room. 20 girls were crammed on the bunk beds and floor, a blur of spring break tanned skin and crop tops. Hi, girls. You know you're always welcome here if Audrey asks my permission, but she didn't, so time to go. Eva beamed, careful not to disrupt her standing as cool mom, which wasn't supposed to matter, but it did. We'll host a sleepover soon, promised Eva. It'll be lit. Tell me you didn't just say lit, wailed Audrey from the living room. One by one, the girls filed out of the bedroom. Audrey stood slumped next to the front door, a droopy weeping willow of misery. She pulled a wad of cash out of her back pocket, and as the girls left, Audrey handed each one her rightful $20. A few of the girls hugged her. It was like a funeral procession. Whoa! Eva noticed a blond boy attempting to sneak out with the crowd. He rose to his full height, a full 3 heads taller than Eva. Who are you? Oh my God, Mom, that's Coco Jean's stepbrother. You're Coco Jean's stepbrother. Why are you so tall? I'm 16. You're in high school? Eva glared at Audrey, who sprinted down the hall and flung herself on her bottom bunk. Yeah, but I'm chill. I'm in the honors program at Dalton. Oh, I'm Bates in relief. Why are you hanging out with 12-year-olds? Audrey's like a really gifted mental health specialist. She's helping me manage the anxiety I feel due to my gluten allergy. Quick question. Did my daughter diagnose this gluten allergy? He breaks out whenever he eats focaccia or crostini, Audrey yelled from her bedroom. What would you call that? Listen, you seem like a nice, gullible kid, but you being here in my home without my knowledge is a hard no. I can't believe I missed my hip-hop violin lesson for this, he grumbled, storming out. Eva leaned against the door for a moment, trying to decide how deeply she was going to freak out. In these moments, she wished she'd had the kind of mom she could call for advice. She had an ex-husband, but she couldn't call him for advice either. Troy Moore, a Pixar animator, had 2 settings, cheerful and really cheerful. Complicated emotions upset his worldview. It was why Eva had fallen for him. He'd been a ray of light back when everything in Eva's world had been dark. She had literally tripped over him in the lobby of Mount Sinai Hospital. Troy had been a volunteer, sketching portraits for patients. She'd realized she liked him when she scrambled to hide the IV bruises on her arms as a result of her week-long stay upstairs. After 6 weeks of rom-com cute dates, They wed in City Hall. Audrey was born 7 months later. But by then they'd unraveled. The girl Troy had fallen for, the one who could sustain bubbly spontaneity on dates and lusty sleepovers, was different at home, dazed from pain and pills. And soon her illness overwhelmed Troy's life, killing patience, choking love. Troy belonged to the church of Just Think Good Thoughts. Despite watching Eva suffer, the nights she'd repeatedly smash her forehead against the headboard in her sleep, or the time she fainted into a Too Fast, Too Furious display at Blockbuster, he believed the real issue was her outlook. Couldn't she meditate it away? Send positive energy into the universe? This always baffled Eva. The universe where? Could he provide cross streets? Would someone greet the positive energy when it landed? And would the greeter be Lena Horne's Glinda in The Wiz like she imagined? Once, after a late night at Pixar, Troy climbed into bed next to his fetal-positioned wife. She'd just given herself a Toradol injection in the thigh, and a little blood had leaked through her Band-Aid onto their dove-gray sheets. Moving was excruciating, so Eva just lay in it. Through slitted eyes, she saw revulsion, and just beneath it, martyrdom. She was gross. Cute girls weren't supposed to be gross. Quietly, Troy snuck out and slept on the couch, and never returned to their bed. In their one couples counseling session, he admitted the truth. "I wanted a wife," he wept, "not a patient." Troy was too polite to end it, so Eva liberated him. Audrey was 19 months old. She was 22. Troy went on to be blissfully happy with his second wife, a yogi named Athena Marigold. They used words like paleo and artisanal and lived in Santa Monica, where Audrey spent her summers. Next Sunday, she was flying out to Datafornia, the name Audrey gave her West Coast trips, where Troy excelled as a carefree summertime dad. But tricky stuff? An almost man sneaking into his baby's room? Not his territory. Eva staggered to her couch. She'd never been able to think clearly with jeans on, so she wriggled out of them. Sitting there in Wonder Woman panties, she Googled tween discipline tips on her phone. The top article suggested a behavior contract. She had neither the legal prowess nor the energy to draw up a contract. Huffing, she tossed her phone aside and clicked on the Apple TV. When life got too challenging, she watched Insecure. "Mommy?" She looked up, and there was Audrey, framed by a 120-year-old arched entryway. Her face was puffy and tear-streaked. She'd added a black shawl and oversized Ray-Bans to her outfit. Eva tried to look stern. Tough work without pants. "Audrey, what are you wearing?" "This is my upscale sadness outfit." "Nailed it," Eva admitted. Audrey cleared her throat. "Therapy is my calling, but I should have closed my practice when you told me to. I'm sorry for that, and for having Coco Jean's brother over. Though it's heterotypical of you to assume that just because he's a boy, we're being weird." Heterotypical? Brooklyn private schools produced ultra-progressive students. They protested abortion bans and marched for gun control. Last month, Audrey's 7th grade class carried buckets of water 2 miles across Prospect Park to empathize with the plight of sub-Saharan women. The upside? A top-notch liberal education. The downside? Kids who struggled to divide decimals or name a state capital. "Honey, can you give me a sec?" Eva sighed, shutting her eyes. "I just need to think." Audrey knew that think meant rest her head, and she sulked back into her room. Watching her through one open eye, Eva felt a wistful pang. Audrey had been the dreamiest, most delightful kid. Now she was an eye roll shaped like a human. 13 was coming, and who knew what horrors it'd bring. She'd sneak out or learn to lie or discover weed. Not Eva's, though, which was well hidden in her dildo drawer. Just then her phone buzzed. It was Cece Sinclair, Eva's best friend and Parker & Row Publishing's most celebrated book editor. Eva answered with a tortured, "What?" "You're alive! According to my Fitbit, I've been deceased for weeks." "You're in there. I hear Issa Rae through the phone. I'm outside. I'll let myself in." Cece swept through the door seconds later. She was overwhelming in every way. 6 feet tall, creamy cocoa skin, bleached blonde coils, a product of Spellman, Vineyard Summers, and white-gloved cotillions with talented 10th Debs. She dressed exclusively in vintage Halston and always appeared to have leapt off a 1978 Vogue cover. Or at least to be someone who knew Pat Cleveland. She did, actually. Cece knew everyone. At 45, she'd long been one of the industry's most notorious editors, but her unofficial title was Social Queen of Black Literati. She collected authors, nurtured them, and whispered plot advice over cocktails, and her membership-only book, art, film world parties were legendary. Eva had quickly discovered all of this after she'd won the short story contest, and Cece had become her editor. During their introductory lunch on the Princeton campus, Cece took one look at the teen's haunted doe eyes and chaotic coffee shop poetess curls, a description she oft repeated, and her soul screamed, "Project!" Before Eva knew it, she had a doting big sister. Cece helped her move to Brooklyn, quit her vices, and learn the art of curl maintenance, and introduced her to a social circle of happening young writers. Cece was bossy as hell, but she'd earned it. There'd be no Eva without her. Humming, the glamazon disappeared into the kitchen, emerging seconds later with a glass of Pinot Grigio and the ice pack Eva kept in the freezer. Sitting beside her, Cece slipped the frosty pack atop Eva's head with a flourish, as if it were a crown. Cece was one of the few people who really knew about Eva's condition, and she helped out however she could. "I'm here," she announced grandly, "to discuss the state of the Black Author panel." "The Brooklyn Museum event you're moderating tomorrow night? Belinda's a panelist, right?" Celebrated poet Belinda Love was their close friend. "Auntie Cece!" Audrey appeared again, wearing her third costume change, a neon unicorn onesie. "Audrey Bear! I've been meaning to text you for stress management advice. My kitchen renovation is taking such a toll." Audrey plopped down on Cece's lap. Try chocolate meditation. You stick a Hershey's Kiss in your mouth and sit quietly letting it melt. No chewing. It's about mindfulness." "I've no doubt, doll. But is there a sugar-free option?" "Cece, focus," wailed Eva, smushing the ice pack against her temple. "The panel? Oh, an author dropped out. She got salmonella from a food truck in British Columbia." Audrey frowned. "Columbia has a British section?" Brooklyn schools strike again, thought Eva. No concept of geography, but she's mastered mindfulness. "British Columbia's in Canada, babe," Eva said. "Interesting. I could have looked it up if I had a phone." Sulkily, Audrey rose and disappeared back into her room. "Long story short," continued Cece, "I offered you as a replacement. You're on the panel." She shimmied her shoulders, pleased with her sorcery. "Every relevant media outlet is invited. It'll be live-streamed. This is the career boost you need." The blood drained from Eva's face. "Me? No, I can't. I'm not qualified to pontificate on race in America. You know how intense it'll get. Every Black Book event since the election has turned into a woke-off. You named your child after a noted civil rights warrior. Are you not woke?" "I'm woke recreationally. Belinda and the other panelists are woke professionally. They have NAACP awards and are on the talk show circuit. Who was the panelist with food poisoning?" Cece paused. "Zadie Smith." With a defeated grimace, Eva slid the ice pack over her eyes. "Cece, this is a New York Times-sponsored panel at the Brooklyn Museum. I'm not a serious author. I'm a last-minute airport purchase." Cece's brow furrowed. Let's be absolutely real. You tried for ages to get a film deal. You finally got a producer, and now quality directors aren't biting because cursed is too genre. Show Hollywood your power. This'll be PR gold. Well, this plus the 2019 Black Literary Excellence Award you'll win on Sunday. You think I'll win? There's a vampire witch mermaid threesome scene in Cursed 14, noted Cece. You'll win for audacity alone. Eva groaned into a throw pillow. I'm not up to this. You're nervous about sharing a stage with Belinda, the daughter of a hairdresser? Eva glared at her. Beyoncé's the daughter of a hairdresser. Fine, go explain to Audrey why you're scared to try new things. She threw up her hands. Of course, Cece got her with the Audrey stuff. Every time Eva made a move, she considered how it looked to her daughter. Eva's parenting wasn't mommy blog approved. They often had pizza for dinner and fell asleep watching Succession, and since childcare was a luxury, Audrey attended too many grown-up events. Plus, on bad head days, Eva allowed Audrey unlimited TikTok time after homework so she could crash for a bit. But Eva let herself off the hook for those things. When it came to mothering, what mattered to her was setting a powerful example. When Audrey audited her memories, Eva wanted her to remember a ballsy woman who invented her life from scratch. No man, no help, no problem. The single mom superhero myth, thought Eva. And it's a trap. Eva dug the heels of her hands into her eye sockets. What am I gonna wear? Cece grinned. I already have a Gucci number on hold for you. You're adorable, but you dress like you host a hip-hop podcast, she said with a sigh. It'll be an adventure. Writers need stimulation. The thrill of your day can't be memorizing your positive Amazon reviews. I don't do that anymore, Eva grumbled. Speaking of stimulation, will you please revisit Tinder? When's the last time you met someone you didn't ghost after 3 dates? I'm doing them a favor by ghosting. Eva pointed to her Wonder Woman panties. Would you want to fuck this? There's a fetish for everything, said Cece generously. Eva chuckled. When I feel lonely, I scroll through Tinder and remind myself what I'm missing, which is dudes with coconut-oiled beards all posing next to the same graffitied wall in Dumbo with profiles written entirely in emojis. And I remember that I'm not lonely, I'm alone. When I'm comatose from writing and mothering, when I'm hurting too badly to cook, talk, or smile, I curl up with alone like a security blanket. Alone doesn't care that I don't shave my legs in the winter. Alone never gets disappointed by me. Eva sighed. It's the best relationship I've ever been in. Are you speaking metaphorically? Asked Cece. Or are you dating a man named Alone? You can't be serious. My doorman is a SoundCloud rapper named Sincere. One never knows. I like being single, Eva continued quietly. I don't want anyone to have to really see me. They sat in silence, Eva idly snapping the rubber band on her wrist. I'm scared, she admitted finally. Good. Cece kissed her cheek. I've seen what you come up with when you're scared. Chapter 3. Romantic Comedy, 2004. Sweetie, you up? Lizette's Louisiana drawl was both syrupy and whisper-light. No one's mom sounded like that. You awake? Genevieve? My Evie, sweetie. My Eva diva. You up? Well, Genevieve, a.k.a. Eva Diva, was up now. The covers were pulled up to her eyebrows, and she was in the fetal position on the ancient, springy twin mattress. Exactly 4 days ago, when Genevieve Mercier and her mom drove from Cincinnati to Washington, D.C., they dragged the mattress up the 5-story walk-up and flung it on the patchy carpet of the bedroom floor. And there it had stayed. Genevieve and Lisette were both the same brand of scrawny and couldn't afford movers. So after struggling to carry Genevieve's mattress and her mom's mattress, plus a small kitchen table and 2 folding chairs, up all those stairs, In the blazing June heat, no less, the nomadic mother-daughter duo had decided they needed no more decor. Geneviève opened one eye and scanned the itty-bitty space. She was 17, and this was a new bedroom, but it could have been any of the ones she'd occupied in any of the cities she'd lived in at 15, 12, or 11. It was nondescript with disposable details except for one thing that was unmistakably hers: a plaid suitcase erupting with clothes, pill bottles, and books. She squinted at the dollar store alarm clock on the bare windowsill. It was 6:05 a.m., right on time. Lisette always came home just as Geneviève was waking up for school. Her mom was a purely nocturnal animal. It was like their personalities were too outsized to exist at the same time, so the mother claimed night and the daughter got day. Daytime was for responsible people, and Lisette was a delicate, distracted woman, too wispy to negotiate the details of grown-up living, like cooking, paying taxes, cleaning. One time, Geneviève watched her mom vacuum for an hour before realizing it wasn't plugged in. Lisette's beauty kept them afloat, which was hard work. Geneviève knew, so she handled everything else. She forged Lisette's signature at banks. She monitored the pills in Lisette's Valium bottles. She toasted Lisette's hot pockets. She roller set Lisette's hair before she went out on her money dates. "You're for sale. Just fucking say it." They'd moved several times since Geneviève was a toddler. Each time was for a different man who promised Lisette a dazzling life. They always set her up with a place to live, all expenses paid. And it used to be such an adventure. Geneviève had spent first grade living in a designer cottage in Laurel Canyon, rented for them by a famous pop producer who bought her a parrot named Alanis. The year before, an oil big shot had set them up in a St. Moritz chalet, where their cook taught her how to ask for Birke Müsli in impeccable Swiss German. But as Lisette graduated from her hot young thing years, the dazzle dulled. Slowly and then suddenly, the cities got seedier, the apartments got shabbier, and the men got meaner. This latest guy wasn't paying for the apartment, but he did give Lisette a job as a hostess in his cocktail lounge, the Fox Trap. And he was paying her double time. For what, Geneviève didn't want to know. Lisette crawled under the covers, still wearing her BB Freakum dress, and snuggled up to her daughter. She gave Geneviève a lipsticked peck on the cheek and clasped her hand. With a resigned sigh, Geneviève sank into her mom's lushly perfumed embrace. Lisette always wore White Diamonds by Elizabeth Taylor, and Geneviève found the scent overwhelmingly glamorous, but also soothing. That was her mom in a nutshell. White diamonds. And black drama. "Assess your pain level, spawn of my loins," Lisette ordered in her outrageous southwestern Louisiana accent. Geneviève raised her head up from the pillow, giving it a little shake. She did this every morning to see how bad it was and determine how many painkillers she'd need to take to start the day. Luckily, she wasn't in agony. It was just a slow, steady pounding on a door. She could still breathe between the thuds. "I'll live," she reported. "Good. Then give me a story." "I'm sleeping." "You ain't? Come on, you know I can't sleep without a story." "Can't we go back to when you used to do the stories?" "I would, but you abolished my storytelling 5 years ago, you little shit," she cooed, her breath bourbon-scented. Years before, Lisette would come home in the mornings and regale Geneviève with tales before she got up for elementary school. Their favorite ones involved long-ago scandals from Lisette's Louisiana hometown, Bellefleur. And though Geneviève had never been there, she knew the place by heart. Bellefleur was a tiny bayou where there were only about 8 last names. Black was the race. Creole was the culture. and everyone could trace their bloodline to the same 18th century pair, a French plantation owner and an enslaved African woman. Along the way, their descendants mixed with Haitian Revolution rebels, indigenous peoples, and Spaniards to produce a rich, insular, filet-flavored culture, both highly religious and deeply superstitious, and colorful in the extreme. The most colorful, though, were Lizette's mother and grandmother. Their reputations were as wild and dramatic as their names, Clotilde and Delphine. Their lives had been affected by murder and madness and mysterious rage, explosive secrets, and a conspicuous absence of fathers. It was as if Genevieve's entire matriarchal lineage had spontaneously regenerated from alien pods. As a little girl, Genevieve assumed that these were tall tales, half-truths. But her grandma and great-grandma sounded fabulous just the same. Lisette wasn't sentimental. The only moment that mattered to her was the one she was in. But she did keep a thin, fraying scrapbook which Genevieve had discovered in a cardboard moving box as a kid. On the last page, there were 2 4x6 black and white photos with Delphine and Clotilde scrawled under them in Lizette's Catholic school cursive. Genevieve stared and stared into their faces until her eyes unfocused, the photos blending into each other. It was like time hiccuped, and she knew Lizette's stories were real. Delphine and Clotilde looked haunted, intense, wild. They looked like women who were born with the wrong mind at the wrong time. They looked like her mom. They looked like her. And suddenly the women didn't seem fabulous. They seemed dark, dangerous, and self-destructive. And it was too familiar. There were corners of Genevieve's brain that terrified her. She was friendless and restless, and pain ruled everything. On her best days, she felt as if she were clinging to sanity by her fingernails. If her great-grandma, grandma, and mom were nuts, and yeah, her mom definitely was, then she was right on their heels. Genevieve wanted to be normal, so she decided to tell the tales instead. Since it was usually too early in the morning to think of anything original, she'd just plug Lisette into movie plots. There was once, she started, a down-on-her-luck cutie named Lisette. She wore thigh-high boots and a platinum bob wig and worked, on Hollywood Boulevard in human resources. One night, she meets a dashing, wealthy businessman. He doesn't care that she can't eat lobster correctly. Pretty woman, sighed Lisette. Richard Gere's black. I feel it. You think everybody's black until proven otherwise. I won't know peace till I see his genealogy report. Lisette felt that since Bellefleur was full of black folks who looked white, numbers suggested that many whites could be black. It was all a fine line in the South, she'd say. Given that those sinning, raping plantation owners had both white babies and black babies, everyone was 6 degrees from being one or the other. Which was what scared Southern white people the most. Lisette let go of Genevieve's hand and launched into a cat-like stretch. I'm gonna have a time falling asleep. Honey, can you brew me up some Liptons? Genevieve nodded robotically. It was 6:17 and she should have been asleep, but this was her job. She was in charge of daytime. So she disentangled herself from Lisette and shuffled down the short hallway to the kitchen. The hallway was dark, but the kitchen light was on. This was odd. Lisette was maniacal about keeping lights out unless absolutely necessary, to keep the light bill reasonable and also for mood lighting. She froze, a creeping feeling rising in her chest. No, not today of all days. She'd begged her mom not to invite her boyfriends over, and Lisette always assured her that she'd stop, that their home would be a no-man's zone. But by the end of a long, liquor-soaked night, Lizette never remembered her promises, or why she'd made them in the first place. She smelled him before she saw him, Hennessy and Newports. And there he was, a small, round man who looked about 60, slumped over their tiny Salvation Army kitchen table, snoring jaggedly. He was wearing a cheap suit, shiny at the elbows and knees, and a lush, curly black toupee that was as crooked as it was shameless. Geneviève took a hesitant step into the kitchen, the linoleum floor crackling a bit. Bending down to his level, she snapped her fingers in front of his face. Nothing. Good, she thought. Passed out, he was harmless. Holding her breath, she tiptoed past him to the cabinet over the sink. As she reached in for the Lipton, she knocked over a box of Bisquick. It hit the counter with a dull thud, emitting a cloud of pancake powder. Geneviève, he slurred. His voice was higher-pitched than it should have been, and 2 packs a day raspy. What's up, Geneviève? It's your name, right? Yeah, she said, turning around to face him. We met yesterday. He smiled at her with discolored teeth. I remember. I bet you do, she muttered. She leaned back against the counter, defensively folding her arms across her chest. Chuckling, he shimmied out of his suit jacket and then thrust it in Geneviève's direction. Hang this up somewhere, baby. She eyed the jacket with extreme disgust. We don't have hangers. With a barking laugh, he shrugged and tossed the jacket on the floor. And then he leaned back in his chair and adjusted each pant leg with painstakingly slow precision. He leered at her while he did it, checking her out from the top of her poofy high ponytail to her socks. Geneviève was wearing an oversized men's Hanes tee and sweats. He definitely wasn't catching any of her actual body. It didn't matter, though. His type just wanted to intimidate, assert dominance. She wanted to call out for her mom, who she knew was already asleep. But Lizette wouldn't have helped anyway. The last time she'd told her mom about a run-in with one of her boyfriends, a shadow of something had passed behind Lizette's eyes. And then she dismissed it. Oh, girl, he's past the point of God's forgiveness, she'd said, all breezy with her movie star smile. You like to be clothed and fed? Geneviève had nodded, teary-eyed but almost numb. Well, then be nice. Be good, she warned, still smiling. Besides, you're too clever to be prey. Unlike me, was Lizette's implication. When it came to men, her mom was indeed not clever. Every time one of her terribly dysfunctional relationships imploded, she was confused and stunned. And then, with fresh hope, she'd fling herself at another jackass. Hope was Lizette's greatest downfall. She was like a kid at one of those toy claw machines at Chuck E. Cheese. The claw never actually picks up a toy, no matter how strategically you aim. The game is obviously rigged. But you try every time, because the hope of it finally working just this once is such a thrill. You're pretty, the guy said, the whites of his eyes gone splotchy red. Just like your mom. Lucky you. Yeah, she said dryly. It's worked out so well for me. Geneviève eyed this fool, his insane hairpiece, his wedding ring, and not for the first time wished she were a boy. If she were a boy, she'd knock him into the next life for the tone alone, and again for being married, and then again for letting her mom drink on the job because he knew that was the only way she'd agree to offer off-menu, high-priced services to VIP customers. Be nice. Be good. But are you? He asked. Am I what? He stroked the shiny fabric on his meaty thigh. Are you just like your mom? In what way exactly? Geneviève was buying time, trying to figure out how she'd defend herself if it came to it. You mean like in terms of hobbies and interests? Astrological signs? Favorite yin-yang twin? He laughed again and shook his finger at her. You're a smart ass. He hoisted himself out of the fold-out chair, ambled toward Geneviève, and stopped about a foot from where she was standing. Despite her thrumming sense of unease, she tried to look tough. How old are you? He asked. 17. You look younger, he said, moving a bit closer to her. Jesus, he's one of those, thought Geneviève, her mind racing. He had 100 pounds on her, but he was also drunk and sluggish, and she was fast. Desperately, her eyes darted around the tiny kitchen. There was nothing hard she could hit him with, like a pan or a tea kettle. There was nothing but honey bunches of oats, plastic forks, and Capri Suns. My pocket knife's all the way in the bedroom. She wanted to hurt him before he hurt her. But then there was that old hesitation. Her mom needed this guy. He'd found them this shitty apartment. He'd given her mom a job. He was supporting them. She and her mom were a team. Be nice. Be good. How old are you? She asked, stalling even more. 58. He leaned a bit closer, unsteady on his feet. His after-hours club stench was pungent. But I got stamina. Grinning, he slapped his clammy palm down on her forearm. And then the Lisette-wired part of her brain clicked off. She went completely still. Eyes narrowed. Senses sharpened. Want to hear a joke? She asked abruptly with a sweet smile. A joke? He was caught off guard. Oh, okay, I like jokes. What did Satan say when he lost his hair? I don't know, what? She chuckled a bit to herself. How bad do you want to know? Stop playing. Tell me. She glanced up at the rug atop his head. There'll be hell to pay. His mouth dropped open grotesquely. What? You little cunt. He lunged at her. Geneviève dodged to her left, eluding his grasp. Knocked off balance, he toppled drunkenly and then crashed to the floor, a cumbersome, slow-moving vat of lard. Momentarily paralyzed with shock, she just stood there, breathing heavily. And then he grabbed her ankle and yanked her to the ground. She fell down hard. Her head exploded into 1,000 shards of razor-sharp glass. Fuck you, she wailed, clutching her face. And then, purely out of pain reflex, she reared back and power-kicked him in the ribs. While he roared, she scrambled out of the kitchen on her hands and knees and then sprinted into the bathroom. She slammed the door, locking it with badly shaking hands. Grasping her face with one hand, her head thundering, she grabbed a bottle of Percocet from the sink drawer, climbed into the tub, and snatched the shower curtain shut. And only then did she breathe. Through the cheap hollow-core bathroom door, Geneviève heard the guy screaming Lisette's name. And then there was the gossamer pitter-pat of Lisette's feet as she ran down the hall to the kitchen, hollering bewildered nonsense. From experience, Geneviève knew to wait this out in the bathroom. She popped 2 pills into her mouth and chewed them dry. They were prescribed by her Cincinnati doctor, who, like the countless frustrated docs before him, solved her unsolvable problem with opioids. As Lisette and her man starred in their own Chitlin Circuit revival in the kitchen, she curled up on her side, waiting for relief. Lisette had stopped the hysterics. Now she was cooing. Then Geneviève heard footsteps heading toward the master bedroom. Lisette's Tinkerbell toes barely touching the ground. His steps heavy, labored. Geneviève knew this was her mom's way of protecting her, luring him away and locking the door. Of course, it never occurred to Lisette to kick him out. Break up with him. Call the police. Be single for a minute, for that matter. Get her own job. Finance her own life. Save the day herself instead of depending on horrible men to do it for her. Are you just like your mom? Genevieve curled up tighter on her side, trying to make herself smaller. She was exhausted. All she wanted was to escape this repetitive, redundant hell. Her eyes shut. She had only a few more minutes to pull herself together. She had to get ready. Today was her first day at her new school. Monday. Chapter 4. Mantra. You gotta let me talk to Ty, Principal Scott. The beleaguered woman leaned forward on her paper-strewn desk. Mr. Hall, last time you talked to Ty, I found him sitting in a fifth-floor window with his feet dangling down the side of a building. His writing was flat. He needed a perspective change. He's 13. You encouraged a child to engage in potentially fatal behavior. Ty spent last year in a maximum security juvenile detention center. You think that window was the most colorful moment of his life? He smiled pleasantly, belying the panic he really felt. Shane Hall wasn't where he was supposed to be. According to the itinerary issued by his publisher's publicity department, he was due at the airport 5 minutes ago. But Ty was his favorite student, and healthy, functional people didn't leave town without saying goodbye. At 32, Shane was new to being healthy and functional. When he woke up 26 months and 14 days ago, clean for the first time since he was under 5 feet tall, he realized that he finally knew how to stay sober. But he wasn't sure how to be a responsible adult. The program encouraged therapy, but fuck no. He was a writer. Why would he give his shit away for free? Instead, he ran 5 miles a day, drank his weight in water, added chia seeds and things, avoided red meat and sugar and hookers. Patiently, he waited for the day it'd all make him feel normal. The only thing Shane could ever do well was write, but he'd only ever done it drunk. He'd become a critic's darling while drunk. He'd gotten rich while drunk. He'd churned out 4 hypnotic, ecstatic elegies to shattered youth, according to the New York Times, while drunk. He'd won the National Book Award while drunk. He'd never composed even one sentence sober, and frankly, he was scared to try. So the writing was on hold for now. He began doing what every non-practicing writer does. He taught. Because his name opened doors and attracted donors at high-paying private schools, he became in demand on the visiting author fellowship circuit. Shane taught creative writing to elite little shits in Dallas, Portland, Hartford, Richmond, San Francisco, and now Providence, Rhode Island. He was usually hired for a semester only, just enough time to shake them up, poke holes in their privileged worldviews before they slid back into complacency. Fine, but these weren't the real reasons he booked teaching tours. Whenever Shane landed in a new city, he asked his Uber driver where the worst neighborhood was. He'd go and find the most underserved school in the area, the kind of school that made 7-year-olds line up in the cold at 7:15 a.m. for a security check that took almost an hour to pass through, making them late to class, only to then expel them for tardiness. The kind of school that turned a blind eye to school security officers who maced kids for obscene language. The kind of school that allowed traumatized, abused, underfed, uncared for, often homeless children to be carted off to kiddie prisons for made-up infractions. They'd received their real education at juvie. And by 18, they'd realized that the thing they were most qualified to be was an inmate. Shane would find a school like this in each city and then practically throw himself at the principal, offering after-school tutoring, mentoring, anything. Shane had a restless urge to help these kids. Actually, he wasn't sure who was helping whom more. Shane stood on the other side of Principal Scott's desk, taking in the dank, closet-sized office. And for some reason, his eyes lingered on a yellowing poster plastered to the puke-green painted wall. Forbidden items, electronics, sunglasses, clothing in gang colors. Gang colors was written in red ink, presumably to target any bloods with big ideas, the cluelessness of which embarrassed Shane. Was that Principal Scott's idea? He was sure that 20 years ago she'd taken the gig thinking she could save the youth like Morgan Freeman in Lean On Me. But today, she was extremely over it, and sporting a violet bruise on her cheekbone where a student had hurled a pencil sharpener at her. Shane had seen it happen. "Mr. Hall," she said wearily, "would you have pulled the window stunt with one of your private school students?" "No, because I don't give a fuck about them." He froze, realizing what he'd said. Christ. He had to be better about blurting out whatever he was thinking. "I mean, I care. I'm just not as invested. Those kids are legacy at Ivy schools. They're good. They're using me for recommendation letters and selfies." "You take selfies with your students?" Was that unethical? Shane didn't understand social media. He honestly didn't know. In terms of civilized behavior, he had so many blind spots. Shane wasn't far removed from the man he'd been when he passed out on Gayle King's shoulder as Jesse Williams announced that he'd won the 2009 NAACP award for Outstanding Fiction. His fans thought he was mysterious, living off the grid, no signings or readings or appearances because he was a no-fucks-given bad boy. But really, Shane was just a mess. He just didn't want to be a mess with an audience. So as soon as he could afford to be a nomad, fucking up his life privately from hidden corners of the globe, he did exactly that. In Tobago, he shared his beach shack with a roommate who wasn't shocked by his sketchy table manners or infantesque sleep patterns, because his roommate was a turtle. Shane enjoyed sharing his most demented confessions with that bartender in Cartagena because she spoke 4 languages, and none of them were English. While Shane Hall had tremendous success thanks to his writing, the writing happened to come from a person who was never supposed to be famous, which, in the highly conventional literary world, had only made him more so. Glancing at his watch, he realized he was dangerously close to missing his flight. Assessing his options, Shane furrowed his brow and then scratched at his biceps, just under his short-sleeved tee. He tugged at his bottom lip a little, distracted. Nervous tics, all. But Shane felt a faint energy shift in the room. Principal Scott's gaze had gone from weary to watchful. Shane was a fidgety person, a new thing he realized now that he felt everything. But calling attention to his mouth, his arm, his anything wasn't fair. He knew that he pulled a strong reaction from women. He'd first realized this when he wasn't much older than Ty. Back then, Shane hadn't really known why he elicited this response, and he hadn't cared. He'd just been grateful to have a card to pull, something to use when he was desperate, hungry, and alone. "You think I look like an angel. Good. Maybe you'll leave me here with the register while you get my favorite soda in the back. You think I'm a thug? Good. Maybe you'll hire me to rob your ex's crib. You think I'm fuckable? Good. Maybe you'll give me a place to stay for a month." Shane neutralized himself. Healthy, functional people didn't take shortcuts. "I'll buy your lunch for a month," he blurted out. "Excuse me?" "So much for no shortcuts. You got Venmo? I don't carry cash. I have poor impulse control." Half-heartedly chuckling, she said, "Go ahead. He's in detention." Shane was halfway down the hall before she could finish the word. Shane found Ty slumped over a desk in an empty classroom, trance-like. He was doodling on the cover of his composition notebook. He'd scribbled on it so much that he could no longer see the designs. But if he ran his fingers over it, he could feel the grooves from the ballpoint pen, Shane had been watching him do this for weeks. It must comfort him somehow. Ty was enormous for his age, about 300 pounds, and at 6'4" he was 2 inches taller than Shane. The boy had a morose self-consciousness that quickly turned to rage if he felt embarrassed or threatened. But he trusted Shane. Shane didn't roast him for wearing the same massive sweatpants and hoodie every day. And Shane knew that he lived with his aunt in a Portuguese gang-run trap house, and that his mom and sister were last seen soliciting together in Hartford Park, but never mentioned it. Shane talked to Ty like they were the same. Shane stood across from him leaning against the teacher's desk and told Ty he had to leave Providence. Ty didn't look up. "Where you going?" "To Brooklyn. The Liddy Awards are there this Sunday," he explained. "I'm a presenter, which is weird because I don't go to award shows." "Why?" "Ever heard of Gayle King?" "Who?" "Never mind," mumbled Shane. "I don't go 'cause they're meaningless." In 2013, the National Book Critics Circle gave Best Fiction to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie instead of me. Do I think she's a superior writer? Nah. But it's all subjective. The corner of Ty's mouth curved. "You mad?" "Hell yes, I'm mad," said Shane. "'Cause I care. It took fortunes made and lost, one tarot card reader and too much AA for me to be evolved enough to say those words. I care about things." Ty knew he was being led somewhere. "You say that to say what?" "Ty, why do all your questions sound like statements?" "The fuck that means?" "Look, I'm admitting that I care about awards." "What do you care about?" "Nothing, I ain't soft, nigga." "Ain't no niggas in here." Ty was confused. "You Dominican?" "What? No. And Dominicans are niggers. Google African diaspora and learn something." Jesus. Shane shook his head. Time was ticking. "Listen, caring about things don't make you soft. It makes you alive." Ty shrugged. Shane eyed Ty for a moment, his expression serious. Ty looked back, challenging him. "Tyree." "Yeah." "You need to listen to me." "Yeah." "This school is not designed for you to excel. It's raising you up for prison. Your every move is criminalized by design. In most schools, kids don't get expelled for saying fuck, or get tased for tardiness, or incarcerated for missing one detention. In most schools, 8th grade boys aren't terrorized this way. They're allowed to be kids, nothing on their minds but pussy and Roblox." Ty's eyes focused on his notebook. He was painfully aware that Shane was referring to him. He'd been sent to juvie for missing a detention. "You're mad about it? You want to fight? You're not wrong. They'll tell you you're an animal, but you're not. You're a sane person reacting to an insane situation, and I know 'cause I've been you. It took me getting locked up 3 times by 12th grade to learn the lesson that you're gonna learn today." Shane paused, realizing he was talking so fast his words were running into each other. "I fought too, just like you." Well, not exactly. Like Ty, violent and unpredictable had been stamped in Shane's student file since grade school. Unlike Ty, Shane's violence wasn't about rage. He didn't even fight to win. It was about hurting himself, soothing his self-destructive streak to tear his skin, shatter his bones, gag blood. And that was what kept him shuttling from foster homes to group homes to finally nothing because no one wanted to adopt a hollow-eyed, passed-over preteen black boy with disturbing compulsions and an unsettling beauty that was weird on a kid so tragic. "No one's coming to save you. You have to do it." Shane lowered his voice, wanting Ty to work hard to hear this. "Do not react to the school security officers. Do not fight. Stay low, work hard, graduate. And get the full entire fuck out of this city, and don't come back until you're in a position to help a kid like you. You understand me? Silence. Ty. Shane stepped forward, smashing his fist down on Ty's desk. The boy jumped. You understand me? Ty nodded, shell-shocked. Shane was like his fun faux uncle. He'd never seen him be so serious. Hesitantly, he said, I get so heated I can't stay low. Yeah, you can. Shane's shoulders relaxed a bit. Have faith. Church. I mean, if that works for you, but I meant faith in yourself. What do you like? Ty shrugged broadly. I guess planets. Why? I like that there's more out there. I don't know. I like thinking about other worlds. He was at a loss to describe something he'd never even thought about. I used to draw the planets when I was a little nigga. Stupid shit. Nice. Shane pulled a trident pack out of his pocket and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. Then he tossed one to Ty, who caught it with one hand. There's 8 planets, right? I don't remember all their names, do you? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Shane folded his arms across his chest. When you want to fight, recite them in your head. It's called a mantra. A mantra's like a magic spell for your brain, telling it to chill. That's dumb. Is it? You like Game of Thrones, right? No. You taught yourself Dothraki. I've seen the inside of that notebook. Ty shrugged again, his chin disappearing into his neck. What does Arya do when she's in danger? She recites the names of people she wants to exact revenge upon. It's her mantra, and it keeps her alive. The planets will be your mantra. Ty could barely hide his delight and mortification at being compared to Arya Stark, and his head sank farther into his neck, rolls of skin puddling up beneath his cheeks. You got a mantra? Ty actually delivered this question as a question. Yeah. What is it? Mine, said Shane simply. He did have one. It was a gift from a girl when he was a boy. And back when he really needed it to, it had worked. He checked his watch. It was time to go to New York. You need activities, said Shane. Your science teacher told me you like astronomy. So I set you up with an internship at the Providence Planetarium. Also, every Friday at 3:30, you'll be a science tutor for struggling students. And don't forget, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Wait, you already knew I liked planets? Shane grinned and gave Ty a hearty pound. And you said you couldn't name them all, but you just did? Of course I know the planets, said Shane, patting his jeans pockets, making sure he had his wallet. I tricked you. Ty's mouth opened. It's your mantra, not mine. You had to say it out loud to give it power. I'm clueless, whispered Ty in awe. Shane chuckled a little. He'd missed Ty so much. He wanted to hug him, but his file said that he didn't like being touched. Shane understood. Neither did he. He was headed for the door when Ty's voice stopped him. Maybe you need help? In New York? Shane turned to face him. Help? Can I go with you? Ty's voice was a shy mumble. I could be your assistant. Shane's shoulders slumped a little. If you need me, I'll come back anytime, for any reason. I promise. Ty blinked several times and slumped down in his chair. You won't even have time to miss me, dog. I'll text you relentlessly, the boy nodded. I gotta go. Be good. Just be good, said Shane. And then he all but sprinted out the door. He'd run out of words to say, and he was late. And there was a lump in his throat and a tingle behind his eyes. He wasn't going to cry, though. He hadn't since he was 17. Shane slid into the driver's seat of the rented Audi, blasted the AC, and sped down Route 1 toward Green Airport. He loved that kid too much. He didn't know how to mentor without loving. Maybe doing this wasn't healthy. He knew Ty probably wouldn't make it to his planetarium internship. He might not make it, period. Shane couldn't control that, but he would stay in touch. He always did. He had a Ty or a Diamond or a Marisol or a Rashad in every city. He'd keep them all alive by sheer force of will. The new Shane didn't love and then vanish. That was what he'd done to her, which was the real reason he was going to New York. Shane didn't want or deserve anything from her, and he hated the idea of disrupting her life or dredging up the past, but he had to explain what he couldn't before. Then he'd go. To his credit, he knew this was a terrible idea. To his discredit, he was doing it anyway. He had to. Shane couldn't pretend to embrace his new life when he was still on the run from his old one. She was a fire he'd started ages ago, and for too long he'd just let it smolder. It was time to put it out. Chapter 5. Fun Black Shit. The State of the Black Author event was a scene. The panel was being held at the Brooklyn Museum's spacious Cantor Auditorium, and it was staged perfectly. To find the space, you had to wind your way through a warren of rooms showcasing the hottest exhibit in town. Nobody Promised You Tomorrow, art 50 years after Stonewall. Every clued-in hipster was pretending to have seen it. By the time the crowd had taken in all the gorgeously curated protest art, everyone had entered the auditorium hyped for a fiery conversation. The space was stark, industrial modern, with 200 or so seats and a massive window looking out onto the Caribbean-flavored Eastern Parkway. The crowd was ablaze with color. It was the first hot week of the year, and the sundresses, statement lipstick, and natural dews were in full bloom. Milling about were a mixed bag of high and low literati, old guard writers whose heyday was circa the 70s and 80s, millennial essayists, novelists, and cultured journalists, a handful of deeply feared bespectacled book bloggers, and co-eds from Columbia and NYU whose slogan tees and fashion Birkenstocks screamed feminist studies major. Weaving throughout were digital reporters and their photographers, scanning "Hello, my name is" tags to see who was interview-worthy. Eva was nursing a seltzer with a sprig of basil. She was also concentrating on looking like a person who wasn't staving off a panic attack. Though she'd killed some time chit-chatting with the few publishing vets she knew, she quickly realized that to the majority of the crowd, Eva Mercy was unknown, or at best recognized as a name in a genre that inspires a very silly fan base. And in a few minutes, she'd have to talk knowledgeably about serious things in front of them. "Chill, woman," she told herself, twirling her vintage cameo ring around her finger. It was her lucky talisman, and she was counting on it to pull her through tonight. The ring always calmed her. It was stained, nicked, and possibly a century old. Eva had no idea what Victorian-era woman it had originally belonged to, but decades before she discovered it in her mom's jewelry box. No doubt it had been gifted to her by some guy. But Lizette hated vintage jewelry. She demanded brand new diamonds, honey, so she never wore it. Eva cherished old things, though. One day when she was lonely and pimply and 13, Eva stole it from her bedroom. Lizette never noticed. Her mom never noticed anything. "Sis." Hearing the familiar voice, Eva spun around with a relieved smile. It was Belinda Love, the Pulitzer Prize-winning poetess who was one of Eva's co-panelists. In Belinda's poetry collections, she hopped into the brains of Black historical figures and wrote lyrical poetry about modern life from their specific points of view. Her Langston Hughes piece, Everything Ain't a Hashtag, was iconic. She'd fallen in instant love with Belinda years ago, when they were seated together at one of Cece's exclusive parties. Raised by humble hairdresser parents in Silver Spring, Maryland, Belinda had attended Sidwell Friends School on scholarship during the Chelsea Clinton years and had been a dialect consultant for 10 years' worth of films featuring enslaved or Jim Crow-era black people. Suffice it to say, she was rarely out of work. As prestigious as her resume was, her vibe was a charming, accessible blend of Earth Mama and around-the-way girl. She enjoyed Reiki healing and shamanic readings, but also raunchy memes and seducing young men who worked in the service industry. She'd just broken up with a Chilean stunner she'd met while he was passing out flyers in front of a Metro PCS store. "Hey, Belinda." Eva hugged her gently so as not to disturb her cluster of street fair necklaces. Belinda's signature box braids spilled out of her tribal print head wrap, falling to her peach-shaped ass. She looked like a sexy doula. "Come on, dress! Come on, body!" "Honestly, I can't move," Eva whispered. She was wearing a black sleeveless Gucci sheath dress with major plunge and scarlet stiletto booties. Her boobs were hiked up to her chin and her hair was blown out, poker straight. "You did not come to play this Monday evening." Belinda executed a body roll between each word. Eva fidgeted with her hem. "I feel like the office vixen on a network drama about sultry lawyers." "Worked for Meghan Markle. Come on, let's mingle." Belinda linked arms with Eva, and they strolled through the crowd chatting. "Girl," started Eva, "I have someone I want to set you up with. He is cute. Check his IG, @OralPro. Belinda's mouth dropped open. "What kind of blessing?" "Relax, he's an orthodontist. He did beautiful work on Audrey." "Pass. I'm already checking for the hot produce guy at my Trader Joe's. I was there earlier shopping for my vegan bakery course. It's taught by the woman who pioneered vaginal yeast brioche." "Vaginal yeast brioche?" repeated Eva. "She's famous for it." "There's more than 0 people famous for making vaginal yeast brioche?" "Anyway, stop trying to set me up. You just want to mine my sex life for book inspo. Why don't you date @OralPro? Get out there, stop wasting your good legs and youthful complexion." "Know why I have nice skin?" Eva winked. "No man stressing me out." Just then, Cece appeared out of nowhere, popping her head between them. "Ask her about a loan," she announced. Then she grabbed Eva's watered-down seltzer, replaced it with a fresh one, and disappeared back into the crowd. Belinda gasped. How does she just materialize like that? And what's she talking about? Before Eva could answer, a young girl rocking a dyed blonde fro and a tube top launched herself into Belinda's arms. "Your poetry is the only thing getting me through my NYU finals. Sign my book?" She thrust a tattered copy at Belinda. "Of course." She signed the title page and gestured at Eva with her elbow. "This is Eva Mercy. You must have heard of Cursed." "My stepmom reads that series," she said before quickly snapping a selfie with Belinda. "But I avoid texts depicting explicit cis-hetero-patriarchal sex. Sorry." The girl threw up a black power fist and bounced. In seconds, Cece materialized again, glaring at her. "Who let that bleached peasant in here?" Cece was the queen of policing women who had her hairdo, which was half of Brooklyn. "Is she wearing Walmart denim?" "Have you ever been in a Walmart?" asked Eva. "Physically, yes. Spiritually, no." She spun on her heel. "To the stage, it's showtime." Belinda grabbed Eva's hand and they trailed Cece through the crowd like ducklings. The stage was intimate. A row of 4 club chairs for Cece, Eva, Belinda, and Khalil. Khalil didn't appear until after Cece's introduction due to a misunderstanding with his Uber driver. The misunderstanding was that he stole someone else's Uber and the driver kicked him out. He was a 37-year-old cultural studies PhD who favored pastel Ralph Lauren chinos and bow ties. He was famous for writing tomes on systemic racism, and he lived with a 60-something Swedish heiress who financed the Ralph Lauren pants and ties. The summer of Eva's divorce, when Khalil was a Vibe columnist, he unsuccessfully pursued her over the course of several Clinton Hill rooftop cookouts. The word mansplainer hadn't been invented yet, but would have been useful. The packed house was fully engaged in the lively discussion of the panelists, nodding, giggling, and recording IG lives on their phones. Eva was sitting up pin straight, stiletto feet crossed at a ladylike angle, and she was killing it. Yes, the first couple of times she spoke, a few people eyed her with a "who is this again?" expression, but slowly she won them over. So much so that she was wondering what she'd been worried about. As she, Belinda, and Khalil answered Cece's leading discussion questions, their roles became clear. Belinda was the tell-it-like-it-is sister friend. Khalil was the smug blowhard. And Eva was hopelessly drunk on unexpected success. "And here's what's really good," continued Belinda. "The publishing industry has a hard time processing Black characters unless we're suffering." Nods and murmurs from the audience. "We're expected to write about trauma, oppression, or slavery because those are easily marketable Black tropes. Publishers struggle to see us as having the same banal, funny, whimsical experiences that every human has." "Because it'd imply that we are human," interrupted Khalil. "American society depends on the need to dehumanize, degrade, and deny the Black man." Belinda ignored him. "My first novel was about an architect and a chef who witness a murder on a side street during the '03 blackout and have hot sex while solving the mystery. It was rejected everywhere. I kept hearing, cute story, but can we hear more about their struggles as Blacks in mostly white professions?" Belinda sighed. "Like, damn, there's no room for fun Black shit? Why can't I make millions off Girl on the Train or 50 Shades? 50 Shades was okay," sniffed Cece. "I do wish Anna would have shaved her legs, but yes, white authors have the freedom to tell a good story for the sake of a good story." "Imagine if one of us tried to get Girl on the Train published," said Eva. "For colored girls on the train when suicide isn't enough." The crowd erupted in laughter, and Eva beamed like she'd just arrived at the gates of heaven. Sunshine burst from her ears, and her pupils turned into emoji hearts. "Growing up, I was obsessed with horror and fantasy," she said. "But Black characters were invisible in those stories. Why couldn't I go to Narnia or Hogwarts? When I wrote about a Black witch and vampire, the industry was shocked. Like, can paranormal creatures even be non-white? Despite there being a rich Black vampire tradition, I mean, hello, Blade, Blackula, Louisiana Fifole folklore, and don't get me started on Black witches like Bonnie in Vampire Diaries or Naomi Harris in Pirates of the Caribbean." She paused, realizing she was geeking out and losing her audience. "Anyway, only a handful of us succeed in this genre because it can be a stretch to envision a world, even a fantasy one, where all the power players are brown. Comics are the same way. Anyone here been to Comic-Con?" Only one person, way in the back, raised their hand. She squinted through her glasses to spot the person's face and saw a 40-something man wearing twinkly eyeshadow and Gia's purple witch hat. A Cursed fan. Aside from Wine Moms, queer male Gen Xers were her most vocal readers and were loyally devoted to Cursked's social media fan accounts, which flattered Eva to death. But the witch hat? Here, when she was trying to look like a serious author? "I rebuke comic culture," spat Khalil. "Even blank Panther. The real hero is Eric Killmonger, but of course, Hollywood strategically emasculates the divine Asiatic Black man to appease Eurocentric audiences." "Do you get your material from a Hotep word generator?" Belinda asked him off mic. "Fuck immediately off, Belinda," he hissed, and then continued. "Look, I feel like I'm misusing my gift if I don't speak to Black male marginalization. The duality of the simultaneous consumption and destruction of Black men." Belinda let out an exasperated snort. "I just think it's really tired and ashy the way you highlight the plight of Black men only. Do Black women exist in your world?" "Khalil, your misogynoir is showing," said Eva, to more audience chuckles. She was slaying. "My only point is, if black people aren't riding with the intent to dismantle white supremacist hooliganery, then we're wasting our voices." He straightened his bow tie. "That said, books like Eva's are important, too. Fluff provides an escape." "Fluff?" Eva was offended. "Maybe I should have said easy reading," said Khalil. Maybe we should move on," intercepted Cece, who suddenly paused. She peered into the audience and then drew a wheezy gasp, clutching her Pilates-tightened tummy. Since it was impossible to shock this woman, Eva knew something cataclysmic had happened. Had a masked gunman snuck in? Had Zadie Smith shown up after all? The panelists looked in Cece's line of vision. There was a tall, male-shaped figure leaning in a doorway in the shadowy back corner of the auditorium, with a recognizable face. "Shane," started Cece. "Hall," finished Belinda. The audience began peering over their shoulders, eyes darting around the room. A flurry of exclamations floated from the seats. "What? Where? Stop!" Eva said nothing. When a horror movie character sees a ghost, she emits a blood-curdling shriek, claws at her cheeks, runs for her life. Eva was trapped on stage in broad view of New York's literary community, so she did none of those things. Instead, her hands went completely slack, and her microphone slipped to the floor with a heavy thunk. No one noticed because everyone was focused on him. "Shane," Cece bellowed. "Is that you?" He peered around the doorway, wearing a sheepish grimace. "No," he said. "Yes," someone yelled. "Get up here," ordered Cece. He shook his head, with a "please don't make me do this" desperation in his eyes. "Excuse me? I discovered you cleaning rooms at the Beverly Wilshire Kid. You better get up here. And you owe it to everyone in the room who has contributed to your popularity despite the careless way you've treated us." Shane looked behind him, as if assessing whether he could make a run for it. Begrudgingly, he headed to the stage. Eva rarely saw things in crisp focus, even with her glasses. Her head always made the world a shade fuzzy. But as Shane walked down the aisle toward the panelists, toward her, every detail in the room became razor sharp. She was agonizingly aware of everything and every part of herself. This couldn't be real. She knew it was, though, because her physical reaction was operatic. Her breath went shallow. Her pulse was thundering. She began to tremble all over, caught in the crossfire of a zillion powerful conflicting emotions. Eva wasn't particularly religious, but she'd always felt there was something out there, watching over her. For many reasons, but mostly because she had never run into Shane Hall. Ever. After all this time, it was definitely astonishing, given that they were both black authors of the same age who'd become successful in the same era. If that wasn't divine intervention, she didn't know what was. But now he was here, flesh and blood. It was the moment she'd always feared, but below that, in the tucked-away pockets of her subconscious, wasn't it also the moment she'd always anticipated, planned for, even dreamed of? Maybe, but not like this. Not in public. Not unprepared. The deafening applause sent the gentle throb in her temples to daggers and reminded Eva where she was. The room was in an uproar. Shane was a literary star. He'd written only 4 novels. 8, Seesaw, Eat in the Kitchen, and Lock the Door on Your Way In. But they were canon. The setting was always the same nameless neighborhood crippled by devastating poverty. His characters were whimsical, vivid, practically mythologized humans. And through ecstatic attention to detail, emotion, and nuance, he artfully manipulated readers into becoming so invested in his characters' every thought that 50 pages would go by before they realized that there was no plot. None. Just a girl named 8 who lost her keys. But they'd weep from the beauty of it. 8 could have seen a dude shot dead in the street while she was locked out, but readers would have cared only about her. Shane tricked his readers into seeing humanity, not circumstance. You walked away from his books dazed, wondering how he'd managed to rip out your heart before you realized what was happening. Every 5 years or so, he'd drop a book, give a few choppy, unrevealing interviews, sulk through an MSNBC segment, sweep awards season, unless he was up against Juno Diaz, land a massive grant to go off somewhere and write more classic shit, and then disappear again. Of course, he never fully disappeared. There were sightings. He'd visited the opening reception of a Kara Walker exhibit in Amsterdam 3 springs ago. But when it was time to read the foreword he'd written for the show, he'd vanished. So had Kara's curvy publicist, Claudia. In 2008, he'd gone to the White House Correspondents' Dinner but spent the whole time drying dishes with the busboys in the kitchen. He'd definitely attended J. Cole's nuptials in North Carolina because he'd told a guest that the only thing he liked about the South was Bojangles, which was instantly all over Twitter. Years ago, an LA Times editor had started a rumor that Shane was a hoax, and someone else was writing his books, because he didn't behave like an A-list author, and frankly, he didn't look like one. He was all jawline, pouty mouth, and unreal eyelashes, a face that had made him special before he had proved it. Shane Hall was intimidatingly handsome. And yet, on the rare occasion he smiled, it was so radiant, so warm, like peering into a goddamn sunbeam. The effect was disorienting. You wanted to either pinch his cheeks or beg him for a hard fuck on a soft surface. You just needed whatever he had. Eva knew this better than anyone. At least she used to know. She hadn't seen him since 12th grade. Chapter 6. Witch Trumps Monster. He came back. Eva didn't realize she'd said this out loud until Khalil and Belinda both whipped their heads in her direction. "What?" asked Khalil. "Came back where? Do you know him?" Belinda whispered, a hand covering her mic. The audience was all aflutter, and it was taking Shane forever to get to the stage because there were hands to shake and things to sign, event programs, books, one flirty girl's forearm. "I just meant I can't believe he's making a public appearance," Eva sputtered. "You've met him, right?" "Yeah, we both had Fulbrights in 2006. We spent a summer writing at the University of London," whispered Belinda. "But I barely saw him. Put it this way, there's a pub on every corner in East London." "Overrated," pronounced Khalil. "I was supposed to interview him for Vibe once. He kept me waiting in a West Hollywood Starbucks for 4 hours, then showed up, rambled about a turtle for 10 minutes, and ghosted. The story got killed, of course. Clown. This is why Negroes can't have nice things." "The hate is strong in this one," Belinda said with a snark. He glared at her. "I've grown weary of you." Eva was no longer listening, because there was Shane. On stage with them, swept up into Cece's possessive embrace to the tune of 1,000 iPhone snaps. Then Cece let him go, and the panelists stood up. Eva unsteady in her skyscraper heels and agita. Shane gave Khalil a pound and Belinda a hug, and then it was just him and Eva. She was shaking uncontrollably. There was no way she could hug him or even step an inch closer to him. Instead, she offered her hand. It jutted out from her arm, a strange appendage, and he shook it. "I'm Shane," he said, her hand still in his. "I love your work." "Thanks. I'm Eva." Eva sounded unsure of her own name. He squeezed her hand a little, a private gesture telling her to relax. She immediately yanked it out of his grasp. A New York Times intern sprinted out of the wings with an extra chair, scooted it between Cece and Belinda, and handed Shane a mic. Everyone sat down. Khalil was fuming. "Well," started Cece. This person needs no introduction, I'm sure. Let's give Shane Hall a warm welcome, shall we? Shane, you can join us for a couple minutes, can't you? Cece graced him with a blinding, proud mama smile, like the way Diana used to look at Michael. I'm fucking brilliant. I discovered this unicorn. I mean, do I have to? Said Shane with an amused chuckle in his voice. He grew up in Southeast Washington, D.C., and the inflection still lived in his vaguely southern-sounding, slow accent. That I mean took him 10 years to get out. You have no choice. Payback for allowing that Random House editor to steal you from me. Cece gestured toward Eva and company. But I'm not the best public speaker. I really just came to watch. This is awkward. He looked out into the crowd apologetically. But when Cece Sinclair tells you to do something, you do it. I ain't crazy. Unconfirmed, mumbled Khalil. Before Shane could address this shade, a young woman raised her hand. She was wearing a snapback that said, Make America New York. Her face was beet red. Mr. Hall? She stammered. Not to be rude, but I love you. He smiled. Rude would be I hate you. She laughed way too hard. I can't believe you're here. Just had to tell you, 8 is the reason I write. 8, the character, is me. You never see angsty, depressed black girls in pop culture. There's no black Prozac Nation or Girl Interrupted. I love that she narrates every book. Thank you. He shifted a little in his seat. I like her too. Is 8 based on a real person? You describe her so intimately, it's like I'm peeking in on something I shouldn't see. Do you think 8's real? Definitely, she said, nodding. Then she is. That's not an answer. I know, he grinned. And then Eva had to do it. Finally, she had the nerve to look over at him and regretted it instantly. Age had made the skin around his eyes crinklier. Eva had forgotten about the scar snaking across his nose. He had scars everywhere. Once while he was sleeping, she'd counted them all, traced them with her mouth, and then named them like constellations. Perfect jeans, rugged boots, expensive watch, sinewy, lanky build, 2-day stubble, simple white tee. Could have been Hanes or Helmut Lang. Fuck him, it was exactly what she wished she were wearing. How am I going to survive this? A blonde journalist Eva recognized from Publishers Weekly raised her hand. Cece nodded in her direction. Speaking of 8, started the blonde, you've gotten some flack for writing exclusively from a female point of view. Is that fair? As a man, do you feel qualified to speak from a feminine place? At this point, Eva, Belinda, and Khalil were effectively backburnered. Shane chewed his bottom lip and stared into his mic like it held the answers to every mystery. I guess I don't think a lot about whether or not I'm qualified to do things. I just do them. But it's a ballsy move as a man to explore young female angst in such an intimate way. I don't think I'm exploring female angst. I'm just writing a character who has angst. He rubbed his hands on his jeans, looking deeply uncomfortable. Novelists should stretch beyond their experience, right? If I can't adequately manage a female voice, then I'm probably in the wrong profession and should revise my LinkedIn. Oh, do you have LinkedIn? No, he said, his eyes playful. To Cece, he whispered, Told you I was bad at this. And in that moment, whatever was holding Eva together snapped. Suddenly, she was volcanically offended by his existence. She'd worked herself into a frenzy prepping for this event, running lines with Audrey and squeezing into this dress. But Shane was allowed to be exactly himself his whole career. He'd done whatever the hell he'd wanted. Evading interviewers, dropping off the face of the planet, sleepwalking through events Eva would kill to be invited to, and generally been awarded for bad behavior in a way that, in the history of creative pursuits, No female artist had ever been indulged. Women didn't get to be bad boys. I don't think. I just do. Shane made it all look so easy. Everything Eva did was so effortful. And the worst part? This was supposed to be her moment to prove that she was a legitimate author, a force to be reckoned with, and it was shot to hell the second the one who mattered showed up. Was this even her real life or a Mona Scott Young production? For all these reasons, as well as the older, darker ones, she had to say something. I hear what the reporter's saying, started Eva slowly, to quell the tremble in her voice. You're co-opting an experience you know nothing about. Eight's troubled, she self-harms, she's suicidal, and you idealize it, making her this adorable, sad chick. Depression isn't a catastrophe of a girl weeping a single pretty tear while gazing out of rain-streaked windows and dropping one-liners. Depression is tragic. 8 is tragic. And a male writer romanticizing female mental illness is inappropriate. You're right, Shane said. He scratched his jaw slowly, thinking, and then dragged his eyes over to Eva. For the first time, she met his gaze, which was a mistake. The air had gotten thick. They both blinked. Once, twice, and then continued to stare at one another. Not stare, gawk, with such single-minded focus that the crowd was forgotten, the event was forgotten. Belinda and Khalil sat between them looking back and forth like they were in the stands at Wimbledon. Cece's eyes grew to anime proportions. What were they witnessing? It's true. I'm not a woman, started Shane. Exactly. And you're not a vampire or a man. Bloop, muttered Belinda. And yet Sebastian? He's one of the most vivid, true portrayals of masculinity I've ever read, especially in the 3rd and 5th books. Sebastian literally and figuratively sucks the life out of everything around him. And he'll drain Gia one day, too. He knows he will. But he can't stop himself from loving her. Maybe it's because he knows that in the end, she'll survive him. He knows Gia's tougher than him. By virtue of being a woman, she's stronger. Girls are given the weight of the world, but nowhere to put it down. The power and magic born in that struggle. It's so terrifying to men that we invented reasons to burn y'all at the stake, just to keep our dicks hard. He paused. You made Gia's magic broom 10 times stronger than Sebastian's fangs. Which trumps monster? Tells me everything I need to know about why men are scared of women. Eva was too stunned to breathe. Against her better judgment, her eyes locked with Shane's again. Whatever he saw there made him hesitate for a moment, but then he kept going. You're not a man, he continued, but you write the fuck out of ambivalent masculinity. You're not a man, and it doesn't matter because you write with sharpened senses and notice the unnoticed. And your creative intuition's so powerful you can rock any narrative to sleep. You see, and you write. With 8, I do the same thing. He eyed her with an unmistakable familiarity. I'm just not as good as you. Belinda leaned over to Khalil and whispered, You want to reopen the fluff conversation, or you good? Eva's jaw went a little slack. Light-headed, she nodded in slow motion. She would not let him see how thunderstruck she was, and she refused to let him have the last word. Well, she managed. That was quite the interpretation. It was quite the read, he said, his voice low. Yours, too. Appreciated. Then Eva finally tore her eyes away from Shane. And only then did he seem to remember that he was in public and let out a small breath. The audience was loud in its utter silence. No one spoke. Everyone was transfixed. In over a decade of authordom, Shane Hall had barely spoken 5 comprehensible sentences to the public. And suddenly, he was here in person delivering a clear-eyed feminist monologue about Eva Mercy? It was so thrillingly random and curiously unmistakably charged. Hardly anyone in the audience had read the cursed series before tonight, and now they couldn't get on their Amazon apps fast enough. Eva forgot about the audience. It was just her up there, trapped in the spaces between Shane's words, the things he didn't say. Eva nervously twisted her cameo ring around her finger. He's read my entire series, she thought, frantically fidgeting with her ring, every word. Just then, the single cursed fan in the audience burst into applause, his purple witch hat wiggling. Then he exclaimed, "You're a fellow fangirl! Do you have Sebastian's S-Pen?" "Nah. It's been sold out every time I've logged on to evamercymercyme.com. Eva's face was on fire. He's tried to buy the pen? He knows my website? One more question, then we'll let Mr. Hall go, said Cece, breaking the spell with a dainty cough. She had to do this because Khalil was so upset about losing the audience's attention he was practically spurting cartoon steam out of his ears. A 20-something ginger stood up. He looked like Prince Harry, if Prince Harry lived in Red Hook. Hi, I'm Rich from Slate. Brenda, Khalil, and Shane, your work is powerful. Eva, I wasn't familiar with you before this evening, but that was quite a testimony from Shane. Eva smiled weakly like a woman on her deathbed, trying to be brave for her loved ones. Can you detail some of the explicit racism you face as Black authors? Shane? Me? No. No? Shane repeated. No. Is that not why we're here? Said Khalil. It's why you're here, said Shane. Okay, but why are you here? Eva's brain screamed, temples throbbing. She unconsciously snapped her trusty rubber band against the flesh of her right wrist. As if hearing her thoughts telepathically, Shane shot her a quick glance. When he saw the rubber band, his expression went cloudy, concerned. He paused as if forgetting what to say next. It was a look she remembered vividly. Eva dropped her hand to her side. You want the truth, Rich? Asked Shane. Please, said Rich, his eyes lighting up in the way that so many liberal white people's had since the election. Like they were aching to be told how bad it was, how bad they were, their guilt turning them into masochists. Rich's thumb hovered over the voice recorder app on his phone. In this climate, it's important to share testimonies. Let's hold America accountable. Let's take her crimes seriously. Shane thumbed his bottom lip, thinking. I don't take America seriously, though, he said with the blithe ease of a person who'd never needed to care about political correctness, or correctness in general. The Random House publicity department would have an apologetic press release drafted by 8 a.m. the next morning. On the surface, he looked at ease. No one but Eva noticed that since their exchange, his hand had been gripping his mic so tightly, his fingertips were turning white. It was the only thing that gave him away. That, and his mic was shaking. Look, this quote-unquote current socio-political climate, it's always been my climate. I've been up against Trumps and Pences and Lindsey Grahams since forever. The first one was the guard I was trapped alone in a cell with at 8 years old. No laws, no cameras, no mercy. What happened in that hour made me the kind of person who doesn't feel obligated to workshop racism with white people. He shrugged. The burden isn't on me to explain it, Rich. The burden's on y'all to fix it. Good luck. Shane spoke with such blandness, it wasn't clear whether he cared in the extreme or not at all. Whatever the case, he'd delivered one hell of a soundbite. After refusing to shed light on the struggle, he did exactly that. and his one brief personal anecdote resonated more than an hour of Khalil's dick-first rants. "Understood," said Rich. Squinting a little, Shane peered at the name tag on Rich's shirt. An impish look spread across his face, and he smoothly changed the subject. "I do, however, feel like discussing carrot tagliatelle." Rich gasped. You read my... You're Rich Morgan, right? You cover food on Slate sometimes. That piece was revelatory. I didn't know you could make noodles out of vegetables." "I suggest the 5-blade spiralizer from Amazon Prime," enthused Belinda. "I got mine at a lovely kitchen and home shop in Lake Como," said Cece. Eva shut her eyes, wondering if someone had slipped acid in her seltzer. This conversation was ridiculous. Shane had single-handedly changed the mood in a room in milliseconds. When had he become so unguarded, so chatty? She'd never heard him say more than a grunt to anyone but her. "I'm ordering that shit," said Shane. "I'm new to healthy eating, like I'm still on avocado toast. Rich, thanks for your service." Rich beamed and floated down to his seat. Khalil was disgusted. "Help me understand this. You won't talk about racism, but you will open a discourse on hipster pasta?" Shane shrugged. "Health is wealth." Cece waved her arm across the stage with a flourish. "Shane Hall, ladies and gentlemen." And then Shane handed Cece his mic, wiped his damp palms on his jeans, did not look in Eva's direction, and returned to the wildly applauding audience. There was 20 minutes left of the discussion, but the panel was effectively over. Shane had stolen it out from under them, and Eva was a wreck. Chapter 7. You First. 30 minutes later, the attendees were still crowding around the panelists, chatting them up, asking Belinda and Khalil to sign the beat-up paperbacks they'd carried in their bags. No one had brought any cursed books for Eva to sign, but she was suddenly hit with an influx of people itching to hear more about her feminist fantasy series. Meanwhile, the delightful cursed fan in the hat was acting as Eva's one-man street team, hopping from group to group, spreading the gospel according to Sebastian and Gia. It was everything Eva had hoped would happen. She was suddenly on the radar of a whole new demo of the book-buying population, literary types. And they would tweet and snap and Instagram about her, and buzz would grow, and fingers crossed, she'd ascend from popular niche author to a major voice in the book world. A thought leader, someone whose interspecies sex movie you'd pay to see. But at that moment, she couldn't feel it. Both Belinda and Cece had tried several times to corner her with a ravenous, gossipy gleam in their eyes, but Eva had conveniently found herself entangled in a new conversation each time. She couldn't face them. Not yet. Where would she even start? Heart pounding, she glanced over at Shane from across the room. Visibly uncomfortable with the crowd of fans surrounding him, he'd somehow escaped to a back corner. The Shane of 2019 was more comfortable around people than the Shane of 2004, but still no social butterfly. He was pretending to talk on his phone. Eva knew he was pretending because he had the phone to his ear but wasn't saying anything. And she knew this because she was staring. And he'd been stealing glances at her too. Here and there, and then as though he couldn't help himself, a lot. It was making her dizzy. Everything was making her dizzy. The dull throb in her temples, the impossible heels, the sex-pot dress. It had gotten tighter somehow, sucking at her like saran wrap. She kept shifting it around her hips. It was a sample size 2, which was really a 0, and Eva was a size 4, but a PMS 6. Between all of that and her past so rudely colliding with her present, she hadn't breathed in hours. Her phone dinged with an incoming flurry of texts from Audrey, berating her for forgetting to shop for her feminist icon art final. Today, 7:35 p.m. my baby. Mommy, you forgot to get me the supplies for my portrait of Grandma Lizette. It's due Friday. I can't finish till I have feathers for her hair, but no, it's cool. Keep compromising my artistic creativity, TTYL, XOXO. For once, she chose to ignore her daughter. She was also pushing aside the shame she felt about raising Audrey to believe that her grandmother was a feminist icon. Revisionist history at best. Outright lie at worst. Her phone dinged again. A new post notification from the top cursed Facebook fan group. The moderator was a high-energy Vermont housewife whose wealthy Christmas tree distributor husband had funded her visits to every tour stop Eva had ever had. At Gaga for Gia was her biggest fan, and the most resourceful. The Cursed Crew Group. Gossip incoming from some author thing at the Brooklyn Museum. Our own Eva plus randos spoke on a panel about racism or something. Sources say that one of us was on the stage. He's a famous author named Shane Hall, and he raved about Cursed. Also, you know how Eva has Sebastian's signature branded on her wrist, the zigzag S? This Shane guy has a G signature branded on his wrist. Same place, same zigzag script. G is for Gia, obviously. He's obsessed. But the plot thickens, friends. We all know that Gia doesn't write using the Phoenician alphabet, and her signature is never even mentioned in Cursed. And there's more. Shane Hall has bronze eyes, like Sebastian. As always, leave your Book 15 plot predictions in the comments, and #stay cursed. Eva's stomach hit the ground. In a mere 45 minutes, her deeply private life had become a public soap opera. Eva had no idea why Shane had roared into her life on a Monday evening. But she knew one thing. He had to go. Not just now, but right now. The urgency wasn't really about Shane at all. Eva was scared of who she'd been with him. Out of control. Irresponsible. One big raging impulse. It had taken everything she had to bury that troubled teenager, and now he was here digging that girl up. 2 years after Shane, she had landed in New York with a new book, new money, and a new name. Geneviève Mercier had seamlessly become Eva Mercy. And Eva Mercy had devoted herself to building a life that was as safe as a Disney movie. She'd married the most uncomplicated man in the land and then had the friendliest divorce. She lived in the most family-oriented hood in Brooklyn. The Cursed series was smut, sure, but her refusal to try writing something new, peak safety. But she did think of him sometimes, lying alone in a hospital bed at 2 a.m. or during bouts of writer's block. He'd appear on the fringes of her thoughts. No face, just a feeling. His warm, minty vanilla scent. The rough softness of his skin, like velvet caressed against the grain. They'd stayed out of each other's way for 15 years. Eva had to find out why he was here now. She was also prepared to offer her own Amex points to help book his outgoing flight. She needed Shane gone. Eva felt his eyes on her again. With a vague tilt of his chin, he beckoned her to his corner of the room. Frowning, she gestured for him to come to her instead. This situation was stressful enough without having to hobble across the room on stilts. Shane nodded, hesitated. Then he shoved his fists in his pockets and headed over to her. Eva slipped her phone into her clutch. When she looked back up, there was Shane, right in front of her. The room had been clanging with chatter, but to Eva it suddenly simmered down to a muted hum. God, had he gotten taller? He was so at ease in his bones now, so broad-shouldered, so much, too much. She reminded herself to breathe. She wasn't going to do this now. Take him in like this, in public. After their little performance on stage, they had an audience. "Hello, stranger," she said, and full-body cringed. "Hi." Shane's eyes locked in on hers. Her stomach seized. You're fine. Just say what you need to say and get out fast. Do it now. Can you meet? Do you wanna? Sorry, you go. No, you. Eva refocused, threw her shoulders back, and started again. This was excruciating. Can you meet me at the Kosciuszko Cafe, just down Eastern Parkway? Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Shane rarely did what he was told, but to this he nodded vigorously. Yeah, let's do that. Good, said Eva. And then she began stress babbling. I'd, meet up now, but I need to pick up something for my daughter's art project, Feathers, #momlife. Also, I gotta get out of this stress. Then she thrust a wad of paper into his hand. It was her number, scrawled on a Hale and Hardy receipt from her purse, in case you need it. Shane tucked it into his jeans pocket and then paused a beat. Hey, I didn't know you'd be here. Not now. Honestly, you weren't listed on the invite. I'd never just show up. Not now. Eva was supposed to walk away then, but she couldn't move. She just stood there, temples thumping, heart thudding. People were pouring out of the auditorium, making plans for the rest of the night, snapping pics, giggling. Everything normal. And Shane and Eva were in the middle of it, being anything but. Acting on an impulsiveness Eva had thought she'd lost forever, she boldly leaned closer to Shane, narrowing the space between them. They were close. Too close. One thing, she whispered, her lips by his jaw. She didn't want anyone to overhear. Before I forget. What's that? Stop writing about me. Only Eva could have noticed the change in his expression. She saw the flinch, the slow, satisfied curl of his lip, his bronzy amber eyes flashing. It was like he'd been waiting years to hear those words. Like the girl whose pigtails he'd been yanking during recess all year had finally shoved him back. He looked gratified. In a voice both raspy and low, and so familiar, Shane said, You first. Chapter 8. Thus with a kiss I die. 2004. Genevieve's temples were throbbing like crazy. The tussle with Lizette's pedo boyfriend early that morning had wrecked her head. And the sunlight beaming brightly on the schoolyard wasn't helping. It was the first Monday in June, and her first day at this Washington, D.C. high school. Admittedly, being new at the tail end of a senior year was awkward. But Genevieve was a pro at not fitting in. At her previous 4 high schools, she'd been either catnip for generic mean girls or ignored. But each night, with clockwork regularity, she'd whip out her steno pad and fix it. She'd rewrite the day in her favor, turn herself into a superhero, get them all back in fiction. It's my own fault. Who'd want to be friends with me? Her face was usually contorted into a pain-induced grimace. In terms of conversation, she had 2 settings, searingly blunt or deeply sarcastic. She didn't giggle. Genevieve didn't mean to be off-putting, but just like today, she'd usually lived 5 lives by the time she got to school. She hadn't yet learned how to put on a mask of being fine, despite her personal disasters. And so far, 12th grade had been a disaster. She'd always managed to maintain a 4.0, but this year her migraines had blossomed into gothic territory. Hurting too badly to focus on school, she'd started skipping, spending multiple days in bed, either in paralyzing agony, high from painkillers, or a nauseating combination of both. Her A's had become D-minuses, causing Princeton to rescind her admission. Princeton was supposed to save her. What would save her now? In the tub that morning, Genevieve had an epiphany. It was time for a friend. She wanted to know someone's secrets, and she needed someone to know hers. Washington, D.C. would be a fresh start. She'd just pick someone and dive in. How hard could it be? Horrible people had friends. O.J. Simpson had friends. Her last school, back in Cincinnati, had been tough. But West Truman High was way tougher. The schoolyard was erupting with kids in utter chaos, with no teachers in sight. The crowd was G-Unit video fresh in throwback jerseys, Timbs, and candy-colored weaves. Percussion-frenzied go-go beats were blasting from a boombox, and half the school had on Madness tees. In contrast, Genevieve's look was tomboy meets I don't give a shit. She was wearing an ancient Nas Illmatic concert tee, sweatpants she'd cut into shorts, and Air Force Ones. Her curly coils were piled into a massive pony atop her head. As usual, she hid her scrawny frame in an oversized men's work shirt. She stationed herself by the bleachers in a cigarette graveyard. Operation Friend looked bleak. The schoolyard crowd seemed impenetrably cliquey. There were some lone students scattered on the bleachers, though. Squinting in the sun, she surveyed the rows for a friendly face. He was sitting in the top row of the bleachers, leaning against the heavily tagged brick wall. White tee and Timbs. A book was balanced on his lap, and he was reading it with his brow furrowed in concentration, chewing his lip. He looked like he was living the words. That's how I read, too, she thought. Then he turned a page, and she caught a glimpse of his gold-flecked chestnut eyes. The sun caught them, and they shone bronze. Was it a trick of the light? This boy radiated such peacefulness, an angel among mortals. Genevieve trusted beautiful boys. She was safe with them because they wanted prom queens, not her. Boys in her league were the ones to worry about. She headed up the rickety bleachers. That was when she noticed the fraying cast on his left arm. No signatures. She got a bit closer and saw a fresh scab slashed across his nose. A step closer and she saw that his knuckles on both hands were bruised purple and green. And his pupils were really, really dilated. Okay, he was looking less angelic. But now that she was standing in front of him, it was too late to turn back. He peered up at her with mild curiosity and then went back to his book. James Baldwin's Another Country. "Hey," she said. "Can I sit here?" Silence. Before she lost her nerve, she plopped down next to him. "I'm Genevieve Mercier." He frowned at her. "It's French." He gave her a look like, no shit. "Is it cool that I'm sitting here?" "No." "Are you an asshole?" "Oui." Social experiment failed. Genevieve knew better than to equate beauty with perfection. She lived with a former Miss Louisiana who looked pristine, but had once dusted their entire apartment with a Neutrogena face wipe. She still had 15 minutes until the bell would ring, and in the meantime, the sun was slaughtering her head. Clumsily, she rifled through her backpack and pulled out a palm-sized roller vial of lavender peppermint essential oil and rubbed it over her temples. It tingled pleasantly. Then Genevieve noticed he was watching her, his book abandoned. "I get migraines," she explained. "It's so bad I barely ever move my head. For example, if I want to look to the right, I have to move my whole body like this." She swiveled from her waist to face him. His expression was cloudy with distrust and confusion. "Is this a setup? Is someone about to jump me?" His voice was drowsy and bored. "You a dealer? My bad if I owe you money." "I look like a dealer to you?" "I've had girl dealers," he shrugged. "I'm a feminist." "I wouldn't set you up to get jumped. I'd do it myself." He checked her petite frame. "You're the size of a Jolly Rancher." "I have a Napoleon complex." "Girls can't have that." "Okay, feminist." Genevieve rolled her eyes, causing a small tornado in her temples. Two girls walked by, glanced up at them, and giggled before scurrying away. He scowled at her. "Why are you here?" "I'm trying to make friends," said Genevieve. "I don't have friends." "Can't imagine why." "I don't know what to say to people." He stuck the eraser end of a pencil into his cast and, in slow-mo, dragged it back and forth. What do normal people talk about? Prom? Murder, Inc.?
Fuck if I know, she admitted. It's all good, though. We can sit in silence.
Knock yourself out. He returned to his book. So he wasn't super welcoming, but at least now she knew someone at this big, intimidating school. At a loss for what to do now, she shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand and rubbed more oil into her temples. Genevieve sensed the guy watching her. She was about to explain to him the tension-relieving benefits of lavender when he pulled Ray-Bans out of his jeans pocket and handed them to her. She put them on, stunned by his generosity. Then he exhaled with resignation, shut the book, and leaned back against the brick wall, eyes closed. Genevieve couldn't help but stare. She'd never seen a face like his. Her stomach fluttered a bit, and she bit her lip. No, she couldn't get a crush. She didn't trust herself. She always went too far. But looking at him wouldn't hurt. She studied his dreamy, far-out expression, wondering what he was on.
Morphine? She asked. Ketamine?
He opened one eye. You sure you're not a dealer?
I have legal prescriptions. I'm basically an apothecary. She paused. Oh, true apothecary, thy drugs are quick.
Thus with a kiss I die, he replied reflexively. Keats?
Shakespeare, exclaimed Genevieve. Remember which play?
Romeo and Juliet, he grumbled.
You a writer, or just an AP English hoe?
He shrugged.
I write too. You any good?
The same shrug.
She smirked. I'm better.
And then he chuckled. And it was an unlikely surprising thing, like being trampled by a unicorn stampede in Narnia. Jesus, he was a lot. She needed a distraction.
I'm hungry,
she blurted out awkwardly.
You want a peach? I have 2.
He shook his head. Genevieve unzipped her backpack, unearthing a peach and a delicate razor-sharp pocket knife. Propping her elbows on her knees, she clicked open the blade and angled it along the seam of the peach. It was always so satisfying, feeling the tautness of the skin under the blade, the tension. With a gentle press, the skin burst and juice dribbled out. She caught it with her tongue. Then she cut off a piece, using her thumb as an anchor, and popped it into her mouth. Chomping, Genevieve glanced at her new friend. He looked like he'd just seen his first natural rainbow. That's how you eat peaches?
I like knives.
He blinked. Once. Twice. Then rapidly shook his head as if descrambling his brain. Nah, man, he said. You gotta go. I'm trying to stay out of trouble.
Trouble? But
you're dangerous. And I'm worse. I'd be hazardous to your health.
I'm already a health hazard.
Genevieve ripped off the sunglasses for emphasis.
We're friends now. You said you don't know how to talk to people, but you're talking to me.
I said I can't talk to normal people. He eyed her. You're not normal. She wasn't sure, but it felt like a compliment. She felt understood. This was new. There was that stomach flutter again.
How do you know I'm not normal? We just met.
What are you then? Genevieve rested her chin in her hands, her elbows on her thighs. She didn't know how to answer. What was she? She was tired. Tired of being sick, tired of her mouth getting her into trouble, tired of moving. Tired of fighting off the kind of men who thought mothers and daughters were a package deal, and tired of hating who she was. Maybe she shouldn't tell him the truth. It was too ugly. But maybe honesty was what it took to make a real friend.
Be nice. Be good. I'm not nice, she admitted quietly. Not good.
He nodded slowly. Then he scratched his jaw, peering down at his Timbs. Neither am I. That was how it started. That small confession. Geneviève had never told anyone she wasn't okay, and it sounded like he hadn't either. She turned her face toward him to speak, and froze, because his eyes were already on her. Something crackled between them, an understanding, a mutual pull. And it was so extraordinary, so involuntary, Geneviève actually gasped. Stunned, she parted her lips a little. And then she couldn't breathe at all, because slowly he dragged his drowsy, drugged-out gaze from her eyes to her mouth, and then back up to her eyes. A sure, satisfied smile crept across his face. Hesitantly, she smiled back. Then it was over. He went back to his book like that incredibly intimate look hadn't even happened. And Geneviève's world was knocked off its axis. But of one thing, she was certain. I'm supposed to know him, she thought. So, she breathed. What's your name? I told you I don't have friends. Let me brood in peace. Don't fight it. What's with the cast? He sighed. I keep breaking my arm. Damn. Calcium deficiency? No, I do it on purpose. Geneviève gawked at him. The bell rang. A baritone voice shouted something over the loudspeakers, and the bustling student population filed into the red brick building. Neither one of them moved. You don't break your own bones, she whispered. You're just antisocial and trying to freak me out so I'll go away. Is it working? No. Geneviève was thunderstruck. What's wrong with you? He sighed. A lot. I can't imagine doing something so sick. No? She followed his eyes, which had traveled down to her right arm. Her men's shirt had slid off her shoulder, and the rows of shallow, horizontal slices on her upper arm were visible. A few were covered with Band-Aids. The rest were scabs. And some had grown into scars. Geneviève wore her big shirt daily to hide this, but it had slipped at school a few times. She'd always been prepared to say it was eczema. No one had ever asked. She yanked her sleeve back up on her shoulder. You don't know what my life's like, she spat. Try me, he said, his galaxy eyes eating her alive. A wild current charged through her, something primal, dirty, desperate, confusing. Was this being seen for what she really was? Being witnessed? It was heady and terrifying. Geneviève had hoped for someone to share secrets with, but she hadn't bet on someone beating her crazy for crazy. And she hadn't bet on the person being a boy who looked like that, who looked at her like that. Somehow, he'd snaked into her head and sunk his fangs into her brain, poisoning her with hope. A cruel trick. Geneviève lurched forward and grabbed his tea in her fist, yanking him down to her level. Stop looking at me like your dick's in my mouth, she said, seething, still clutching the peach in her left hand. You like me now? Think you're original? Boys love to torture the weird girl, the freak, but guess what? I'm already in pieces, so with feral quickness, he plucked her fist from his shirt and pinned her arm behind her back. Geneviève arched, drawing a breath. A delicious tremble tore through her. He held her like that for a beat and then brought his mouth to her ear. Don't. Don't what? Call yourself a freak. He let her go. Then he grabbed the peach out of her hand and took a deliberately indulgent, wet bite. He wiped the back of his mouth with his hand. I'm Shane, he said, a spark of triumph in his eye, and walked away. Geneviève found her classroom. Peering through the doorway, she saw chaos. A couple of kids were in a cipher. One girl was unbraiding her hair, and a boy was banging his desk on the floor. 4 kids were napping in their chairs, another on the floor. At the chalkboard, the teacher was explaining photosynthesis, which Geneviève had learned in private school in 5th grade. In a far corner, tipped back way too far in his chair, was Shane. She wasn't ready to see him after whatever monumental thing they'd just experienced. She'd staggered away from the bleachers, feeling like she'd toppled into a tornado. She wiggled the nicked vintage cameo ring she'd once stolen from Lizette's jewelry box. It usually calmed her, but not now. With a deep breath, she entered the room. The class gradually quieted to watchful silence. 30 pairs of eyes followed Geneviève to an empty desk in the front. She sat down. Reacting to the sudden stillness, the teacher turned around. "Who are you?"
Geneviève Mercier. Sorry, I got lost.
"We're all lost." Mr. Weissmuller was whippet thin, with a sallow complexion. He looked like he had mono. "Class, welcome Geneviève."
The fuck's that name, though?
A girl shouted. "Young, why her name sound like Pepe Le Pew?" Geneviève sank lower in her chair. Mr. Weissmuller turned to face the chalkboard.
This bitch thinks she Aaliyah 'cause she got a half a cup of hair.
"That ain't hers," said a tall girl in apple-bottom jeans, sitting behind Geneviève. She turned around to face her. From his corner in the back, Shane caught her eye and shook his head, a warning that Geneviève ignored.
What'd you say?
"I said that hair ain't yours, ho, and what?" "Yeah, and what?" said a slight boy who materialized next to Applebottom, presumably her boyfriend. The whole class was watching Geneviève. She was surrounded. The only person she knew was 4 rows back. She wasn't going to win.
Nothing,
she muttered. "I thought not," said Applebottom, and the class resumed cutting up. Behind her, Geneviève heard the boyfriend whisper, "Yeah, do that shit," to Applebottom. There was an electric calm. Suddenly, Geneviève's neck snapped back hard, and her head felt eerily weightless. She turned around, and Applebottom was grasping 3/4 of Geneviève's ponytail in one hand and scissors in the other. The boyfriend cackled. "I'm getting Principal Miller," Mr. Weissmuller said with a robotic lack of urgency, and left the room. Geneviève felt behind her neck where her hair no longer was. A red fury raged through her, and she pushed Applebottom's desk violently, knocking her backward. Applebottom shrieked, unhurt but tangled under a chair. "Kill this new bitch," screamed the boyfriend to no one. "No," said Shane, standing up. "You, fight me." Everybody looked at the boyfriend. It was clear he didn't want to do this. One girl went, "Nope, when Shane starts with his shit, I'm out. Y'all ain't gonna fuck around and get me suspended right before graduation." She grabbed her backpack and left. "Fight me, nigga," Shane repeated. They were nose to nose now. The crowd formed a wide circle around them. The boyfriend threw a weak punch, knocking Shane across the nose. Shane folded his arm across his chest. He hit Shane harder. Then Shane whispered something in his ear, causing him to really rear back and crack Shane on the temple. Then the class was shouting, "Fuck him up! Fuck him up!" And the boyfriend shoved Shane to the ground, fists flying. Shane's nose and lip were bleeding, but he didn't fight back. "Stop!" Geneviève yelled. "Jesus Christ, Shane, it's just hair." Abruptly, Shane heaved the kid off him and stood up. His breathing was jagged, erratic. And then he lifted up his hurt arm, the one in the cast, and whacked the boyfriend across the cheekbone, hard, with a sickening thwack. The boyfriend dropped. Shane clutched his ravaged arm to his chest, the bone rebroken. He stood there trembling, gritting his teeth, radiance draining from his skin. Then he shot Geneviève a bloody smile and crumpled to the ground. It was the most terrifying, graceful thing she'd ever seen. "Someone get help, he's—" The last thing Geneviève saw was Applebottom's fist inches from her nose and then a zillion bright lights. 6 hours later, Geneviève and Shane lay in cots next to each other in a curtain-enclosed space at United Medical Center's emergency room. They'd been there all day with the school guidance counselor, Miss Guzman, perched between them in a fold-out chair. The boyfriend was discharged and went home with his grandmother, sporting a fractured cheekbone. Applebottom left with her aunt and a bruised shoulder. Shane's arm was reset with a new cast, and between his upper lip and left eyebrow he had a total of 14 stitches. Geneviève got off easiest, with a ghastly black eye and an even ghastlier bob. She and Shane were suspended, but as 17-year-old minors they couldn't legally be discharged until a parent or guardian picked them up. Ms. Guzman couldn't reach Lisette, which was no surprise. Miss Guzman couldn't find Shane's guardian either. Apparently he lived in a foster kid shelter and no administrators were reachable. Now they were just lying there, waiting, while Miss Guzman dipped outside for her 37th smoke break. Geneviève was in agony. That punch had rattled her brain. The ER docs had treated her bruised eye, but despite her increasingly panicked pleas, they'd given her only Advil for her head. At her pain level, this was as helpful as an M&M. Shaking badly, she'd curled into a ball, clawing into her forearm with her nails as a distraction. "Geneviève," Shane whispered from his cot. "Geneviève," she groaned through gritted teeth. "You good?" "No." She watched him peer out into the hallway and then shut the curtain. He dug in his jeans pocket, yanked out a baggie of pills, and grabbed a Dixie cup of water. He handed both to her. "Will OxyContin help?" "Grind it up," she rasped. Shane pulled an ATM card, name unknown, from his magic pocket and cut the pills into 4 lines of chunky powder on a metal medical tray. Gently he held the tray under her nose, steadying the back of her head with his good hand. And Geneviève sniffed each line. It went down rough, but worked fast. The hurt dulling, her face slackening, muscles going gooey. So good. Oxy didn't kill the pain, just made it so it didn't matter. He smoothed her ruined curls from her face. She tucked his hand under her cheek. It belonged there. "You're my best friend," she sighed groggily and goofily. "Better learn how to pronounce your name, then." "I don't care what you call me," she slurred. "Just call me." Shane smiled. "Let's go." "Where?" "I know a place, but no one gives a shit where I am. You got parents who do?" Geneviève thought about Lisette at home, waiting for her daughter to wake her up for her gross job at her disgusting boyfriend's lounge. Her answer was obvious. They walked down the hallway, cool, calm. But the second they hit the exit doors, they linked hands and ran. Wherever Shane was going, she was going too. Tuesday. Chapter 9. A Verbal Blush. Shane showed up 25 minutes early to Kosciuszko Cafe, which wasn't a cafe at all. It was an untrendy 60-year-old diner left over from the days when Crown Heights was still a Polish neighborhood. The decor was frozen in 1964. Formica tables, intense fluorescent track lighting, shiny red vinyl booths, and ceiling fans instead of AC. According to Shane's cursory glance at Yelp, lasagna was their thing, but he was too anxious to eat. He was too anxious to do anything but seat himself in a booth by a window and wait, and calm his thundering heart by watching airport reunion videos on YouTube. Besides running, this was his clean coping mechanism. At 10:02, Eva stormed in. She stomped to the hostess stand, looking notably different from last night's sleek glamazon thing. She was simple in wild curls, clingy tank, boyfriend jeans, Jordans, unfairly sexy glasses. This morning she was even more dangerous, if that was possible. And Shane devolved from a composed adult to a besotted adolescent. Genevieve. That's really her all grown up. Eva. But also definitely Genevieve. Shane's thoughts were a jumble. As usual, he hadn't really thought last night through. He'd never dreamed Genevieve would be at the event. His only goal had been to connect with Cece and nonchalantly ask her for Genevieve's contact info. And if Cece had asked why, well, he wasn't sure what he would have said. If he'd thought too much about any of this, he wouldn't have come. Shane watched Genevieve, Eva. He had to get used to her new name. Whisper something to the hostess. She hadn't seen him yet, though, and he stole this small secret moment to drink her in. To try to reconcile the girl with the woman. As a girl, she'd been all angles, sharp lines, a wiry spark plug of unpredictability. A little scary. A lot breathtaking. Her expressions were in HD. She broadcast everything on her face. And then there was the dimple, that fucking adorable dimple in her right cheek. It popped when she smiled. It popped when she talked. It popped when she breathed. There was a matching one on the left, too, but it was less prominent. As if once God had so masterfully conceived the right one, he was like, I'm exhausted. This'll do. The girl had been irresistible. This woman was something else entirely. Her sharpness had softened. She stood straighter and spoke with clever confidence. She was a badass writer, had been a publishing success story since 19, and wore it so well. Her teenage fury had morphed into something else. Power. The hostess pointed to Shane, and Eva strode over to him, looking stern and gorgeous. And he knew that he was fucked. She slid into the seat across from him, plopping down a tote bag that read, Well-read black girl. And then they were finally alone. Eva, whose written words were bold enough to inspire PTA moms to dream of hopping on a broomstick or a hot black dude and escaping their lives, said, So, hi. Shane, whose written words were lyrical enough to make the stuffy Pulitzer Prize board want to roll up, stream damn, and ruminate on the paradoxical mysteries of man, managed, Glasses, nice. Oh, really? Thank you, she said. I found out I was nearsighted after I started writing, so I got LASIK. And I had 20/20 vision for ages, but then a couple of years ago in 2015, my eyesight started deteriorating, and my very helpful Hasidic ophthalmologist, Dr. Steinberg, said I'd developed an astigmatism, so glasses. I wear them now. Shane tried and failed not to smile at this. Her words were a verbal blush. The word astigmatism feels wrong, he said. Like it should be I have a stigmatism. A possum, too. I always think it's a possum. So this isn't awkward at all? Super normal, Eva said, downing her entire glass of water. I'm kind of speechless, he stammered, still awestruck. You look the same, but so different. Cece made me wear that dress last night, and straight hair. Nervously, she fluffed her bangs. This is what I really look like. I know what you really look like, he said simply. Eva shifted slightly in her seat and picked up the laminated menu on her plate. You look different, too, she started. How? Your eyes are open. I'm sober. I'm stunned. Me too. How long? 2 years and 2 months. Is it sticking? I'll let you know in another couple years. No, you got this. A hot flush radiated across his chest, but he ignored it. So you had to make me evil, huh? A vampire. If the fangs fit, she shot back. Did you have to make me an adorable runaway with a heart of gold? I didn't make you that. You were that. Eva grabbed a half-moon of 7-grain bread from the basket and began anxiously tearing at it. Whatever she was feeling, he didn't want her to be alone in it. In a sign of solidarity, he grabbed a roll, too. Just in time, a waitress appeared to take their drink orders. She was a 60-something minx with a fuchsia lace headband and an Eastern European accent.
Just water, said Eva primly. No, I'll have a chocolate milkshake.
Two straws, said the waitress. She winked at Eva and then looked Shane up and down. Well, aren't you a chocolate donut?
1 straw,
said Eva. Shane scanned the menu, stopping on the natural juices, ever mindful of his new healthy lifestyle. I guess I'll have the mint KO clean green mean juice. You sound like you don't really want that, the waitress remarked and bounced.
So, began Eva, you've read my whole series?
Every line. He popped a piece of bread into his mouth. You've read mine too.
With a highlighter.
I meant what I said in there, he said. I'm your biggest fan. I'm an English teacher now, and while my students are reading Hawthorne in class, I read you.
You teach?
Eva's skepticism was palpable. What school would allow you anywhere near their student population? I've changed. His confident smile made it believable. I think this is what writers call a character arc.
I see.
Eva cocked her head. Speaking of writers, your little speech about cursed, it was like, what were you? Shane cringed. He never would have thought that there'd be a time when they didn't know how to talk to each other. Years ago, they'd had a purely instinctual rhythm, a wordless connection so raw that minutes after meeting, they pounced. But rational-minded adults didn't take such liberties. Of course, Shane was historically not great at being an adult. Just talk to me, he said. Whatever it is, I can take it.
Fine.
She shoved her glasses up her nose inelegantly and irresistibly. Your speech about cursed, it was a lot. You can't just jump from 2004 to 2019, shock me to death, and then hit me with a rapturous doctorate-level thesis of my supernatural erotica. Those books are my babies, and even I know they're not that good. Hearing you talk like that, you? After 15 years, I couldn't breathe. She huffed, exasperated. Why'd you come on stage last night? Cece made me. You could have said no. True. And you could have worn jeans. Okay, fair point. Cece owns us all. Honestly, I was shook. Shane reached for more bread. I wasn't expecting to see you. Next thing I know, we're up there together and you bring up 8, and I just blacked out and said too much.
We weren't really talking about our books, Shane. Everyone knew.
I know. Fuck. I got a certificate for best communicator in AA. How'd I get here?
Good question, she said pointedly.
With impressive timing, the waitress swept by the table with Shane's radioactive green mint kale juice and Eva's milkshake. Shane took a gulp and instantly regretted it. The mint was awful. It tasted like a Listerine smoothie. He swallowed, cheeks puffed out, miserable. Generously, Eva slid her milkshake toward him. Thanks, he said, taking a swig. He hated being healthy. I'm here to present at the Liddy Awards on Sunday.
Nope, you don't do award ceremonies or panels, and you're never in Brooklyn. You've been very careful to avoid me.
I've been avoiding life in general. Eva rolled her eyes extravagantly. It's true, insisted Shane. Meanwhile, you mastered it. You made it to Princeton, got married, had a beautiful girl.
How do you know anything about me? You're not on social media.
Nah, people are strange enough in real life. I don't need to view their psychosis through a zany filter, he said, scowling. But yeah, in some masochistic moments I've looked you up. You and Audrey are like a mother-daughter Thelma and Louise, with your museums and road trips and rallies. Travis Scott at Radio City. Eva preened, deservedly smug. Audrey's a great kid. She got the best of me and her dad. What's he like? Shane knew he was going too far. Travis Scott? Audrey's dad. Eva sat back in the booth hard. She grimaced and massaged a temple with her knuckles. He's stable. Shane went further. Where is he? You tell me. Where do men go when they're done? Eva's eyes blazed. He's none of your business. You don't know me anymore. I know too much, he said. His words weighted with old pain. The kind that makes a home on the fringes of your thoughts forever. You don't, she sighed. I'm not who I was. And when I look back, I'm horrified. You were just trying to survive, said Shane. When you're drowning, you'll do anything to get air. Eva studied her black mani, her expression maddeningly blank. And then Shane's brain ordered him to utter the dumbest sentence ever. I've been meaning to call you. Hearing himself say this, Shane knew he deserved Eva's incredulous, outraged brow raise. She looked equally likely to flip the table or die laughing. Riveting, she said. I've been meaning to try lash extensions. Shane tried again. I couldn't call you because I was too fucked to make rational decisions. Things were bad for me for years. Please, she scoffed. You're one of the most celebrated writers of our generation. And one of the drunkest, he said. Look, fame doesn't save you. It just means that fans try to hack your Pornhub account to get your credit card info, track your whereabouts, and show up at your New Zealand Airbnb in revealing clubwear. Revealing clubwear? I'm struggling to understand your demo. You got grown men out here in witch hats. The nerve of you. And why don't you just stream Pornhub like a civilized person? Shane looked offended. Viruses. Oh. Anyway, he said, cracking his knuckles. Part of AA is making amends. I wanted to be permanently clean before I ever contacted you again. Now I'm ready. Oh, so you contact me when you're ready. You're arrogant enough to think I want to talk to you? Shane looked her squarely in the eye. Yeah, I am. Fuck you. Eva grabbed her bag and stood up. Don't go, he blurted out, halting her with his pleading eyes. Please. I know what I did was unforgivable. I broke our promise, and now I can explain why. No, you don't. I'm good. She wasn't good. She was trembling, and it killed him, knowing her anguish was his fault. It always was, he thought. We have unfinished business, he said. You know we do. We've made careers off it. Eva sat back down. The tension rippled between them, charging the air and stretching for seconds. It felt like hours. Shane was praying she'd speak, but she just sat there fuming and staring down at the table. Slowly, she began ripping her napkin into pieces, her mouth set in a tight, narrow line. When she finally looked at him, her glare was a conflagration. We didn't make careers. I made a career, she whisper-yelled. You drunk wrote 4 classics? I have to write a shitty book a year to survive. You can't be bothered to tour? I have to constantly promote. You're philosophically opposed to social media. I have to post all day to stay relevant. You're lucky I don't take a selfie with you for likes. In this lighting? In AA, Shane would diffuse tension with a joke. Luckily for him, Eva was too lost in her rant to hear it. And I've never even been to New Zealand. I spend all my time churning out Cursed. I owe Cece another one, and I don't have a single idea. Now I'm going to go broke, and even worse, I keep backburnering my dream book. What's your dream book? Doesn't matter, she snapped. The point is, I work my ass off, while you, with minimal effort, have become a legend. I'm only a legend because I'm mysterious. You're a legend because you write about me. She grabbed her milkshake back, spilling a bit on her hand. Distractedly, she sucked it off. Shane's brain left their conversation for a few agonizing moments.
You capitalized off my trauma, she raged. A time when I was in crisis, not lovable, not ate. Shane stared at her, eviscerated. Not lovable. Eva had no idea the effect she'd had on him. How he saw her. How could she not know? Eight's lovable because you were. His voice was firm, definite. You can't imagine what you were like then. I know what I was like. You don't. Shane went dead serious. You burst into my solitude, demanding to be seen. You were overwhelming, just wild and weird and brilliant, and I never had a choice. I liked everything about you. Even the scary parts. I wanted to drown in your fucking bathwater. Eva opened her mouth to speak. He shook his head, silencing her. I idealize you in fiction because I idealized you in real life, he continued. It is male-gazing, you're right, and I'm sorry. But I can only write my shit my way. It's my shit! Eva pounded a fist on the table. At the next table over, a family looked up from their menus. You get to decide who owns what? Asked Shane, voice rising. I've written 4 novels, you've written 14, a whole series in which you put a Creole hex on me. She burst out in a mirthless laugh. If I could hex you, you think I'd stop at roasting you in books? If I'm a vampire, at least let me do cool shit. I spend the whole series cowering in castles while my cross between Serena Williams and Wonder Woman witch soulmate gets to fight for truth and justice. The only thing Sebastian's good at is— Stop, she interrupted. Those scenes pay my mortgage. Shane said nothing and quietly took a swig of water. His devilish grin showed behind the glass. I will throw this milkshake at you right now. Think I won't? I'm not doing anything. Look, said Eva, cheeks aflame. No one was supposed to read Cursed. I wrote it for myself to get over you. I cast myself as a superhero to give me strength I didn't feel. And made you a useless fuckboy because I'm petty. But it turned into a career and I'm stuck with us. Are you, though? Vampires die all the time. What about steaks and sunlight and shit? My vamps, she started haughtily, can only die from silver scalpels marinated in garlic paste from a very particular vine during the summer solstice on a leap year. Exactly. A smirk played at the corners of Shane's mouth. Ever wonder why you made it so hard to kill me? Because I have private school to pay for. Why do you keep writing about me? Isn't it obvious? Apparently not. I'm not just writing about you, said Shane. I'm writing to you. His words hung in the air a moment, bold and impossible to misconstrue. He hesitated, wondering how she'd react. Telling the truth was something he always did with no regard for how he was received. But Eva's thoughts mattered. I wrote my books like you were the only one who'd ever read them, he continued carefully. My books did what I couldn't. Eva's breath slowed. Which was what? Talk to you, he said. And when I read yours, I knew you were reading mine. You put in so many clues. I mean, Gia has to strike her enemies 8 times with her broom to kill them. A shadow of a smile passed over his face. Even when you were ripping me to shreds, it felt good, like we still had our secrets. Eva's mouth parted slightly, her brows knitting together. And Shane started lightly scratching his biceps, the stubble of his jawline. Neither of them was emotionally prepared for this confession. When he felt Eva watching him, Shane stilled. Boldly, he met her gaze and caught her there, a breath too long. A charge passed between them, flickered, and faded. There's an alternate universe where I never left, he thought. Can I be honest? Asked Eva. Please. I cried for 2 weeks when I found out I was having a daughter. Her voice was barely audible. I was terrified she'd be like me. My only goal is making sure Audrey's world is unicorns and rainbows. And it is. When she's sad, she reads Shonda Rhimes' Years of Yes. listens to the Hamilton soundtrack and moves on. She doesn't hurt like I do. Did. Eva corrected herself. My mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, they're all crazy. It runs in my family, but it stopped with me. Eva paused. No one knows about my life before New York. You showing up like this, it's a trigger. I understand, conceded Shane. And I'll go. But can you tell me one thing? Eva shrugged vaguely. You happy? She looked dismayed. It was like no one had ever asked her that, or it was something she'd never thought about, or both. I'm fine. How's your head? I said I'm fine, she spat, her eyes welling up. She dug her knuckles into a temple again, the pain obvious. That bad? Still? Eva's silence was answer enough, and her tears threatening to spill. Fuck. Shane's face was a mask of worry. Do you have good doctors? Do you have a man or someone who helps? Does anyone take care of you? Does anyone take care of you? She exploded. I mean, no. Then why are you assuming that I need help? Eva began snapping a rubber band and circling her wrist. It was sharp enough to redden her skin. He'd noticed her doing this before at the Brooklyn Museum. Watching the compulsive way she pulsed the band against her skin, a flash of unease coursed through him. He wanted to ask her what she was doing. But I already know, don't I? I didn't mean to upset you, said Shane. I just hoped you had some support. Well, I don't. God, why did you come here? Overwhelmed by her reaction, he said, to apologize. Please don't, she whispered. I can't talk about that night. And then a tear fell. Shane shot up straight in his seat, reaching across the table. He gently held her wrist. Genevieve, he said, and she began to sob. Don't follow me. She grabbed her bag and fled the diner. It took willpower Shane hadn't known he had not to run after her. Instead, he watched her from the window as she stormed down the sidewalk, lining Eastern Parkway, getting smaller and smaller, until she turned a corner and disappeared. With every step she took, the years melted away. Shane was hurtling backward into his teenage self before the books, the success, the travel. Back in the dark ages, when his loneliness was like quicksand, when he'd ruin himself to make it stop. And the only bright spot in all of this was loving a beautiful girl with demons ferocious enough to slay his own. For 7 days, 1,000,000 Junes ago. Chapter 10. The Women. Pardon me? Gasped Cece, her lavender-iced latte clasped to her chest. The condensation created a massive wet spot on her silk Gucci blouse. No loss. The blouse was off-season. Besides, nothing mattered more than Eva's unbelievable story. Eva, Cece, and Belinda were crammed on a rustic love seat at Maman Soho, a cafe noted for its south of France vibe. That is, blue-tiled floors, string lights, and quirkily pretty baristas in bangs, and last night's lip stain. Eva wasn't up for an emergency lunch with the girls this morning, especially after Shane. But there was no arguing with these two. Shane was your teenage sweetheart? Gasped Belinda. Eva slumped in the rustic love seat. Her two best friends had witnessed the exposing banter with Shane on stage at last night's panel. There was no hiding from them. So she'd told them an abridged version of the truth, which was that she and Shane had gone on a few dates in high school, nothing major. Shane was nobody's sweetheart, she said. He was trouble. So Shane was Shane, said Cece. And you were? Not thinking clearly, mumbled Eva. Look, we just had this instant thing and then it burned out. No biggie. Nope, Belinda wagged her index finger at Eva, her Reiki-infused bracelets clinking. That ain't it. Details, please. I barely remember any. Eva hoped she sounded convincing. It's probably a blur for Shane, too. It's not a blur for him, ma'am, said Belinda. The way he was looking at you, my panties disintegrated. Eva sighed. She needed a hug, a nap, and a sleeve of Thin Mints. Not this. Eva, honey, said Cece with exaggerated calm. Are you 8? I can neither confirm nor deny, she said. Cece raised a weaponized eyebrow. Fine, I'm 8, admitted Eva. And he's Sebastian? After taking an extended sip of her latte, she said, sort of. Belinda yelped, fanning herself with her straw fedora. What I'm hearing you say, started Cece grandly, is that you and Shane Hall, my Shane Hall, who's come up in countless of our book world conversations over the years, conversations in which you've pretended not to know him, you two were teen lovers? Secret soulmates who were so inspired by each other that you've been communicating through your art across miles, decades, and years of impassioned memories? She slammed her floral teacup down on the whitewashed table. My heavenly word, how could you keep this telenovela a secret? A doe-eyed barista glanced over at them sharply. Eva tossed her a bright smile, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Because I barely survived Shane Hall. I barely survived myself. It was a dark time. My home life was traumatic. I was a chaotic, angry kid. Why reminisce? Actually, this explains a lot about who you were when we met, noted Cece. Totally feral. Remember when that bartender called you baby? You stubbed your cigarette out on his hand and said, take my order or kiss my ass. Your choice. No, it was take my order or suck my dick, corrected Eva. Belinda snorted. So why did you break up? Doesn't matter. Eva waved her hand dismissively. I've lived entire lifetimes since then. This is a word, Belinda crossed her legs, her gauzy palazzo pants billowing. Men don't define our journey. It's about honoring our queendom, vibrating at our divine plane. Cece rolled her eyes. Relax, Badu. When I think about it, which I never do, started Eva, I'm just shocked we got so intense so fast. I felt passion like that once, Belinda mused. Remember Kai, the bouncer from that Bushwick hookah spot? He fucked the soul out of me one evening, and I turned over and wrote a sonnet called Skyscrapers Penetrating the Night Sky. It ran in the Paris Review, said Eva. I admire your ability to write about penises so lyrically. It's a tricky body part to describe. One wrong adjective and it's a tumor. Belinda nudged Cece. You ever experienced wild love? She swirled her straw in her latte. I'd die for my hairdresser. We've all seen what Lionel does with 4C hair. You'd die for Lionel? Said Eva. But not your husband of 20 years? Cece had known her terminally reserved plastic surgeon husband, Ken, since preschool. His appearance suggested that God had struggled to remember what Billy D. Williams looked like in mahogany, and had almost gotten it right. They were a perfect match. Spellman, Morehouse. Alpha Kappa Alpha, Alpha. Their grandfathers had been best friends at Howard, class of 46. What they lacked in passion, they made up for in obviousness. I adore Ken, but I'm not built for romantic passion. Men are such children. I just read an article about mainland China's female shortage. Grown men are living alone in filthy houses and dying prematurely because there's no women to make their doctor's appointments. Speaking of doctors, said Belinda, my gyno just performed a goddess ritual on my vagina. She steamed it, saged it, and then spoke wisdom into my crotch. I wonder if my vagina's wise, mused Cece. Mine's dumb as fuck, judging from her choices, said Belinda. Am I really laying my burdens at the feet of these muppets? Eva wondered. I should go, she said. But she just sat there, her face cloudy. Belinda and Cece exchanged glances. There was more to Eva's story, and they knew they'd never hear it. These three knew each other's pizza order at Roberta's, shoe sizes, and favorite Spotify playlists. But Cece and Belinda knew nothing about Eva's pre-Brooklyn life. She alluded to a nomadic childhood. But actual details? Throwback Thursday content? Forget it. She never traveled home for holidays. Where was home, even? Belinda and Cece didn't know, but they respected Eva's privacy. Mysterious pasts weren't unusual for transplanted New Yorkers. Moving to New York was about reinvention. If you didn't want that, you stayed in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Once you crossed the Verrazano Bridge, you were free to shed skin. The Dallas Trust Fundie became a red hook hipster. The Tennessee hillbilly became a well-married tastemaker. In New York, you were who you said you were. Eva was private, but she was clearly struggling. Cece pulled Eva into an embrace. Belinda hugged them both. Nearby, a PhD student glanced up from her laptop and snapped a pic for Instagram stories. Hashtag heartwarming, hashtag girl power, hashtag nevertheless she persisted. Back then I felt defective, she said, gently disentangling herself. Like an alien. I was in so much pain it burned through everything. My thoughts, my personality, my emotions, everything. Until Shane. You met another alien, surmised Cece. And the magic's still there. What's his sign? Belinda Googled his birthday on her phone. We never had magic, lied Eva, swallowing a pain pill dry. Just hormones. Honestly, you shouldn't be allowed to have orgasms like that before you're 21. It gives you brain damage. March 30th, Belinda grimaced. Damn, he's an Aries. The thoughts of the zodiac. Run, advised Cece. Actually, you might need exposure therapy, mused Belinda, nibbling on Eva's untouched scone. Spend a lot of time with him until you've demystified his memory. Like when you eat 15 donuts in one sitting to cure your sugar addiction. But I don't have time to eat Shane, moaned Eva. Today alone, I have a meeting with a potential director and a parent-teacher conference, and a book due to my inbox on Monday, reminded Cece. Oh, well, pros before bros, co-signed Belinda. With that, Eva reached for her bag. She was feeling floaty and tingly from the painkillers, her brain throb ebbing to a gentle wave. Love y'all. If I survive this day, I'll text later. Eva soon found herself stationed between two dynamic women in a Soho landmark again. But this time, it was at Crosby Street Hotel and with Sydney Grace, cursed producer, and Danny Acosta, the buzzy director interested in filming it. Set back on a quiet, cobbled street, the hotel lobby was like a surreal, secret garden, where kooky dog sculptures and rococo chairs coexisted with lavish greenery. What better place to discuss bringing Eva's adult fairy tale to life? And it was going shockingly well, considering that Eva was mid-crisis. In the 8 months since Sydney had bought the film rights, a stream of big-name directors had rejected her proposal. Danny Acosta was Eva's final hope. Her most recent indie, The Lady Came to Play, was a Toronto International Film Festival smash about a violinist haunted by a ghost who makes invisible love to her during performances. Danny was wearing navy lipstick and a sequined tank, and the only thing surpassing her enthusiasm for Cursed was Eva's enthusiasm for her. And I see lushly ominous visuals with erotic undertones. You get me? Danny had been raised in East Harlem, and her voice had sumptuous Nuyorican flavor. Like Bram Stoker's Dracula, gasped Eva. Drunk on creative synergy, Danny raised her hands to the roof where a human head-shaped chandelier hovered. We're kindred, you and me. Literally, Sydney delivered, literally the same way she would have said sorry for your loss. She'd attended LA schools populated by Richies and Joneses, and now she had a deadpan vocal fry pitch that never varied. The biracial daughter of an Earth, Wind & Fire guitarist and a sitcom actress, she was quite connected, and a lot savvier than she let on. At 27, she'd already produced 2 Netflix documentaries. Sydney was desperate to produce a feature film. Danny was desperate to prove she wasn't a one-hit wonder. And Eva was just desperate. "Danny, I saw The Lady Came to Play twice," said Eva. "What inspired The Invisible Lover?"
"I made love to a ghost," whispered Danny. "I was vacationing at this bizarre ancient hotel in Istanbul. One night, a spirit whooshed under my blankets and we had mystical intercourse. Ghostly hands all over me."
Work. Sydney had no patience for this budding girl crush. What about production details, budgets, locations, talent? Who was the ghost? Eva was wide-eyed.
"It turns out I was hallucinating from an intense Turkish flu," laughed Danny. "My own hands were ravishing me."
Eva giggled. "I've lost my touch, pardon the pun."
"I like you."
Danny leaned forward, coffee brown eyes boring into Eva's.
"And I like your ballsy witch. Let's make magic."
Eva glanced at Sydney, who gave a deadpan nod. "Danny Acosta," announced Eva. "I think you're the perfect director for Cursed." "Same," drawled Sydney, who'd made the decision 40 minutes ago. "Let's talk casting. Newbies. Zendaya? Those dear white people cuties?"
"I'm thinking actual white people,"
said Danny. "Actual what now?" asked Eva.
"To get real distribution and financing, this film needs white characters."
"But they're black," sputtered Eva, suspended between disbelief and confusion.
"They're fantasy,"
retorted Danny. "Wakanda's a fantasy, but it's in Africa."
"Wakanda has Marvel power behind it,"
Danny reminded her.
2 black leads will handicap Cursed potential. You don't want a black film. You want a big film. I see Sebastian as the Spider-Man kid, Tom Holland, and Kendall Jenner playing Gia.
Eva was aghast. "She can barely play herself. Have you seen her on a runway? It's like she's walking the plank." She was in a cold sweat panic. Black people existed and thrived in all spaces, realms, worlds. And Eva wrote Gia and Sebastian so well that readers of all races took them at face value, a triumph in any genre. Cursed was Eva's version of protest lit. Whitewashing her characters would erase her career.
"Vampires and witches are already other," reasoned Danny. "If they're also black, they're too niche. Imagine finding an audience for a film about a Taiwanese werewolf and fairy."
"But I'd watch that." Eva's phone buzzed on her lap, cutting off her next thought. It was a text from Sydney. "Be smart. Danny's our last non-D-list option. We'll work out kinks later. Say yes." "Yes," said Eva, heart sinking. "Kendall, Spider-Man, genius." Minutes later, she was on the subway bound for Audrey's parent-teacher conference in Brooklyn. Her heart was throbbing in her temples. How had she allowed that meeting to careen so far out of her control? Where was her integrity? Maybe she didn't have any. Only a sellout would bleach and brighten her fictional babies for a paycheck. No, the very idea was a searing humiliation. Out of self-preservation, Eva banished it to the back of her mind. She couldn't break down now. There was no time. At least Audrey was at the top of her class. Nothing to worry about there. And so she walked into Cheshire Prep, all easy-breezy. Here, if nowhere else, she knew everything was right with the world. She strode the hallways of the sprawling Victorian mansion with the smugness of a woman whose daughter was the queen of 7th grade. Eva was secretly proud of Audrey's popularity. Audrey was a leader in a school full of overachieving, hyper-competitive alphas from 2-parent homes with old family money. It took confidence to own that crowd, and Audrey did it by being friendly and empathetic, and not an asshole. My golden child, thought Eva, sweeping into head of school Bridget O'Brien's office. With a bright smile, she kissed her daughter's cheek and sat next to her at Bridget's desk. The office was a nod to Cheshire Prep's 150-year history, with accents like 1920s club chairs and Edwardian gas lamps. Bridget herself was also a bit of a throwback. Tall and svelte, the 55-year-old gave off Hitchcock blonde vibes, with her back-combed platinum bob and belted Burberry dresses. She had two interests: lasering her crow's feet and ensuring that Cheshire Prep became NYC's top private school before she retired in 2021. Thus, she favored students who won titles. Audrey had earned all-state gold medals from debate team championships, plus first place at visual arts regionals. She was so golden. Eva had a standing invite to Bridget's annual holiday dinner party at her Cobble Hill townhouse.
"Audrey's suspended," said Bridget.
"I'm sorry?"
"I'm suspended,"
whispered Audrey. "I heard her," snapped Eva, who was only now noticing the swollen redness around Audrey's eyes, and Eva's cameo ring on her left hand. Shocked, she glanced down at her naked finger. That morning had been so hectic she hadn't realized she wasn't wearing it. Eva gaped at Audrey. "What did you do?" Audrey's eyes rolled up to the gold filigree ceiling, as if Eva's question, rather than getting herself kicked out of school, was the true indignity. "Earlier in this year, we spoke to you about Audrey's peer counseling Snapchat sessions." Bridget's airy voice only just disguised her blue-collar Boston Irish roots. Until her freshman year at Vassar, she'd spoken like the entire cast of The Departed. "But she stopped making them," Eva inserted hurriedly. "She did, and Snapchat videos disappear after 24 hours. But a screenshot lasts forever." Bridget unearthed a file from her desk drawer. A few weeks ago, Audrey posted a video of her session with Clementine Logan. Clementine Logan? Eva feared where this was going. Her mom's Carrie Logan, the dean of students? "Bingo," sighed Bridget. She slid a printout across her desk to Audrey. "Clementine made an alarming confession about her mother on the video. A student took a screenshot, created a meme, and it's been circulating all week." Eva glanced at the printout of the meme. In it, Clementine was mid-wail with tear-streaked cheeks. The image was blurry, but the caption wasn't. "TFW, your mom's getting her back blown out by your English teacher." Eva's jaw dropped open. Audrey sniffled. Bridget's Botox-frozen brows struggled to furrow. "TFW means..." "That feeling when," said Eva. "I know." "Mom has 24,000 Instagram followers." Audrey's voice was shaky but proud. "She's familiar with social media linguistics." Bridget looked relieved that she wouldn't need to translate "back blown out." "So, the English teacher isn't her husband?" asked Eva haltingly. "Jesus, Audrey." "I posted it way before you made me stop," she wailed, her buns quivering. "And I had no idea Clementine Logan's mom was a cheater." "Mr. Galbraith, the English teacher, has been let go," announced Bridget. "Bridget, I apologize, but Audrey never meant to hurt anyone." "Perhaps, but she has detention for the rest of the week." Bridget smoothed her bulletproof do with French manicured fingertips. "And the honors board is undecided about inviting her back next year." A miserable groan escaped Audrey's throat. Eva looked over at her beloved baby, the spawn of her loins, and wanted to choke her within an inch of her life. "Audrey, can you wait outside for a moment?" managed Eva. Thrilled to be dismissed, Audrey escaped to the hallway. Bridget waited 3 seconds before locking the door. Then she grabbed a pack of parliaments from her purse, opened a massive window, and lit up. After a lung-expanding drag, her posture relaxed. Only in front of select parents did Bridget drop her classy veneer and get raw. "Swear to Christ, Eva," she muttered on an exhale. "I don't need this psychosexual melodrama right before I retire." Eva met her at the window. "This was a youthful error. How can I fix it?" She grabbed her forearm, willing Bridget to remember how delightful she'd been at her holiday dinner. Bridget peered down at Eva with her Windex-colored eyes. When she spoke, she sounded exactly like who she was. The daughter of a man who, every evening of her childhood, ran numbers in their basement with a crew of local heavies while wearing a T-shirt proclaiming, "I came here to fight or fuck, and I don't see your sister." "You tell me." Bridget's skin was flawless thanks to free Restylane injections from Dr. Reese Nguyen, offered as collateral to keep his 9th grader in school after her Forever 21 shoplifting scandal. And Bridget's enormous hair was freshly styled thanks to free visits to Owen Blandy's salon, offered in exchange for Bridget allowing Owen's permanently vaped-out son to graduate. Bridget O'Brien could be bought. But what did Eva have to sell? "What do you need?" asked Eva. "Know any English lit teachers?" she asked, taking a drag. "I don't think so, but Eva, this scandal can't be my legacy. I need to bury it with a new teacher announcement, fast. Find a suitable replacement for Mr. Galbraith, and Audrey has a spot in 8th grade. Eva loathed being strong-armed. Bridget was a crook, but Eva had been hustling her whole life. But this was about her baby. Audrey couldn't get expelled. It took great restraint not to slip into Genevieve mode, telling this bitch to fuck completely off. "Give me a couple days," spat Eva, spinning on her heel. With her hand on the doorknob, she said, "You really are so corrupt, Bridget." "This is your daughter's academic career," Bridget said, stubbing out her cigarette on the windowsill. "I've done worse for less." "But enough about your helmet hair," Eva clapped back. Then she slammed the door so hard the hinges shook. Eva found Audrey leaning against a wall, eyes squeezed shut. Her Vans were placed shoulder-width apart, and she was breathing steadily in and out, meditating. Eva knew it. Audrey Zora Tony Mercy Moore. Audrey's eyes flew open, and then she crashed into Eva, enveloping her in a one-sided embrace. "Mommy, I'm so sorry." "I try to be the best mom I can be." Eva was speaking more to herself than to Audrey. "How is my daughter facing suspension? How?" "I'm sorry," stage whispered Audrey. "Sorry don't fix the lamp, bae," she heard her mother say. "Get out of my head." Eva grabbed Audrey's forearm and marched her to a private alcove by the girls' bathroom. She spun her around so they faced each other. "I'm pretty sure you broke up a marriage. Do you get the ramifications of that?" "Yes," she exclaimed. "But husbands cheat all the time with no repercussions. In a way, it's like I'm dismantling the patriarchy." "Oh, grow up. This isn't about the patriarchy." "You say everything's about the patriarchy." Audrey began to weep. Her tears left blotchy streaks in her cotton candy pink blush, the only makeup she was allowed to wear. She looked so young, like when she was a first grader playing in Eva's makeup. "Do you realize that I'll have to sell my fucking soul to keep you enrolled?" Nodding and sobbing, Audrey saw a classmate walk down the hall and quickly shielded her eyes with her hand. "All I ask," reasoned Eva, "is that you kill it in school, excel in art, stay kind, and cuddle with me during Stranger Things. Ruining your academic career does not fit into this scenario." Audrey's tear-shiny eyes narrowed into slits. With head-spinning quickness, she went from sad to seething. "Maybe I want more than good grades and Stranger Things," she blurted out. "I want to be a butterfly, fly around, following my heart. Guess what? I don't even love art. I do it because I'm awesome at it, and it's your dream for me.
My dream is to be a celebrity therapist, possibly with a nail salon franchise, which you've never supported, BTW.
You've never mentioned a nail franchise.
Well, I've thought about it.
Audrey took a step away from Eva, her fists on her hips.
Look, I messed up, noted. I'm not perfect like you.
Eva threw her hands up. You know I'm not perfect.
You are, because you don't live. You just write books you hate and obsess over me. You don't have boyfriends or travel or do fun stuff or want anything more than you've got.
She took a breath.
You write about love, but you won't go get it. You don't want anything.
Eva's hurt was instant and excruciating. How dare you psychoanalyze me? Emboldened by her speech, she went further.
Quick question. Why did Daddy leave? Was he not perfect enough for you?
Excuse me?
You're not a person, said Audrey with disdain. You're a robot.
And then the only thing between them was endless, temple-throbbing silence. Another kid came barreling down the hallway. This time, Audrey turned away from her mom, waved and smiled. But when she faced Eva and saw her stunned expression, she wilted. Her bravado gone. You done? Audrey nodded, instantly sorry. You're right, said Eva, voice trembling. I'm a robot. A robot who set up your life so you have the freedom to try new things and make messes and still have a life to come back to. I'm the reason you get to be a butterfly, you ungrateful tween. Hot tears stung her eyes. No, she had to keep her cool. And another thing, yelped Eva, decidedly not keeping her cool. When would I date? With what time, energy? I give it all to you, kid. There's nothing left over for anyone else. Think about that the next time you fuck up and then have the unbelievably reckless audacity to critique my life choices.
Mommy, I'm
sorry. I know, Eva spat. I'm on a deadline. I gotta go, she said, storming off. Abruptly, she paused. And give me my ring, she said, slipping it off Audrey's finger. With that, she left her precious child standing alone in the storied hallways of Cheshire Prep. Once she was outside on the blazing hot brownstone-lined Park Slope Street, she sank down onto the school steps. She was in too much pain to walk home, so she swallowed a pain pill and brooded. Eva did want things. She wanted the world for her daughter. She wanted to see her characters on the big screen, racially intact. And deep down, fathoms deep, where she buried her weightiest wants, she wanted to go to Louisiana and research her dream book. The one that might turn her and Audrey's life upside down. The one uncovering the truth about her bloodline, the incorrigibly untamed, dangerously wild Mercier women. Eva wanted things. She'd just forgotten how to get them. She used to be brazen. Where was that girl who'd run away from her mother? To Shane, to Princeton, and then to New York. Who was that girl? There was only one person who remembered. And he'd been texting her since she'd fled the diner. With trembling hands, she pulled her phone out of her purse. Today, 11:15 a.m. SH. Call me. Today, 11:49 a.m. SH. Please, Geneviève. Today, 12:40 p.m. SH. Just want to make sure you're okay. Please. Today, 2:10 p.m. SH. Okay. I have no right to know anything about you anymore. Today, 2:33 p.m. SH. Fuck it. Yes, I do. Today, 2:35 p.m. SH. I'm staying in the West Village, 81 Horatio Street. I'll be here till Sunday. Please come if you want to talk. Any day, any time. But if you don't, I get it. And I'll leave and never bother you again. Just know that I wish you the most brilliant, weird, and wonderful things every day of the world." Eva stared at her phone. Like if she looked hard enough at it, it would burst into flames, and she'd be rid of him forever. Brilliant, weird, and wonderful. When was the last time she'd experienced any of those things? She didn't know. But she did know she'd do anything for Audrey. She also knew that Geneviève had always lurked on the outskirts of her personality, muted by motherhood, career, self-preservation, and common sense, but there. Eva was older, but the same bones were under her skin, the same flame dulled to an ember, waiting for a spark to set her ablaze again. And most importantly, she knew an English teacher. Chapter 11. An aggressive act of personal reinvention. Shane Hall was running for his life. The diner disaster had scrambled his brain. His heart was shredded. His stomach was in knots. In a former life, he would have dealt with this in dangerous ways. But due to his recent aggressive act of personal reinvention, he was no longer a drinker. He was a runner. A capital R runner. And you knew he was serious because he bought Nike Vaporflies, the sneakers the Olympics almost banned for giving runners an advantage. And he was also wearing the Garmin Forerunner 945 GPS watch to monitor his pace in pro-marathoner style. Most notable, though, were his elite-grade compression socks, which were recommended by Usain Bolt in an old Esquire he'd dog-eared in some Midwestern JetBlue VIP lounge. His gear was fire. Shane didn't half-ass anything. He ran as hard as he drank. Never mind that in AA he was warned of the dangers of cross-addiction, when you put down a drink and pick up a new obsession, like evangelism or multi-level marketing schemes or rescuing pit bulls. And fine, Shane knew that his running habit bordered on extreme, but what new addictions could possibly scare him? Not having a drink was excruciating, and he beat that. Not having anything else would be easy. So Shane ran, and ran, until the steady, hypnotic rhythm of his footfalls and his modulated, focused breathing coaxed him into calm, because he'd had a day. The sun was just about to set beyond the upper Manhattan skyline, and Shane was trying to outrun it. He'd already run the 6 miles from his rental in the West Village, down the West Side Highway and around South Street Seaport. Now he was looping his way back up. At first, his pace was too aggressive, too swift. But for the past 10 minutes or so, he started slowing a bit. He was right on the cusp of exhaustion, but that was what kept Shane going. That flicker of uncertainty, the threat of burning out. And he had to keep going, because he wanted to be home before nightfall. He couldn't be away from the apartment for longer than an hour. He told Eva to come by if she needed him, and ever since she'd fled, crying, from the diner that morning, he'd been waiting for her. He probably wouldn't hear from her, but on the off chance that she wanted to talk, he had to be there. He'd been the one to make her cry. It was what he always did, destroying the people he loved the most, the things that made him happiest. Seeing her that upset again, knowing he was the cause of it, it had triggered an old panic that was too deep-seated to shake. He had to fix it. He couldn't let that be the last time they saw each other. Chin down, eyes trained ahead of him, he blazed his way down the West Side Highway running path, the glittering Hudson River winding lazily to his left, with the New Jersey skyline stretching beyond it. It was thickly hot, the kind of heat that makes you listless and lethargic. Visibly drained tourists draped themselves over benches while the path was crowded with barely moving senior joggers and mommy groups ambling by with designer strollers. Everyone but Shane was on chill mode. Was it selfish to hope for even a second more of Eva's time when he was the reason she wasn't okay? Probably. Was it reckless and childish to have sent her all those texts? Fuck yes. But he'd analyzed the situation too many times since this morning, and he didn't know what else to do. I shouldn't have come at all, thought Shane, almost colliding with a 20-something couple who were somehow successfully jogging while sharing ear pods. But he had come. He'd started another fire. This time he'd stay and put it out. Slowing his pace, Shane glanced up at the horizon to check the sunset. The pre-dusk sky was vivid with waves of fuchsia and lavender, and not for the first time since getting clean, he was struck by how alive the world looked. He was suddenly so alert. It was how he'd been as a little kid, before he'd started anesthetizing himself. Back then, he'd felt things too deeply for his own good. One time, while waiting in a Kmart checkout line, 5-year-old Shane had seen some guy steal a waffle iron from a woman's cart while she wasn't looking. His mind had quietly spiraled over it. What if waffles were all she had to feed her 13 badass kids because their dad squandered her modest bank teller salary on fantasy football bets and scratch cards? What if her life depended on that waffle iron? He'd obsessed about it for days. And snakes used to ruin him. Just the idea of them. Shane couldn't bear the thought of those delicate-looking reptiles trying their hardest to travel around their patch of forest while legless and footless. It broke his heart. They were so unfairly handicapped. He used to obsessively sketch pictures of snakes with 4 legs until it occurred to him that he was, in fact, drawing lizards. The world was too loud for little boy Shane. What he didn't know was that he was training himself to be a deeply empathetic writer, understanding nuanced emotion, spying humanity in unexpected places, seeing past the obvious. He was taking notes for his future self, who would write it all down. Every fucking thing he saw. And thank God he was good at it. If nothing else, writing helped organize the chaos in his brain, even if it had only come in 4 intense bursts over the past 15 years. I'm already thinking of my career in past tense, he realized, speeding up a bit. Shane wrote his books hoping to smooth out the jagged edges of his life, which didn't exactly work. If reviewers were to be believed, his novels could rearrange the way a reader thought, sparking existential epiphanies. But he could never reach himself. In fact, his biggest triumphs were followed by his biggest benders. No matter how dizzying his professional highs, Shane just couldn't resist the pull of the tide sweeping him out. Self-destruction was always imminent. No, if writing had been the cure, the past 15 years would have looked very different. He wouldn't have taken so long to get sober. He might have picked a permanent place to live, put down actual roots, invested in Seamless or Spotify. He'd have gotten serious about the business of living, and he would have found Eva long ago. Stretching ahead of Shane was Pier 25. Families swarmed the turf overlooking the water, taking pics or waiting to hop in rented kayaks. Shane glanced over at the dads with toddlers on their shoulders, while moms juggled cell phones, snacks, stuffed animals, and juice boxes in 2 hands. It was all so exotic. He'd always appreciated families from a distance, looked at them like they were a fascinating experiment. All that intimacy and domesticity couldn't have been more foreign. Maybe it was the disjointed way Shane grew up, but he didn't know how to cultivate that sense of home. So he rejected it. He always lived alone, Far from crowds and populated cities, especially ones that reminded him of D.C., preferably near the ocean and rarely longer than 6 months. Rentals only. There was a freedom in staying at places that weren't his. Shane reveled in that vaguely disorienting vibe of bed and breakfasts, Airbnbs, somebody's seaside shack, just passing through places where things were a little bit off. Lamps instead of overhead lighting, sheets aggressively scented with some foreign fabric softener, jumpy ceiling fans and dusty bookshelves with eclectic 80s paperbacks, often historical westerns featuring covers with chesty women and sometimes a horse. It was impossible to get too comfortable in a place that kept reminding you it wasn't yours. And it was impossible for anyone to know him either. Which was perfect. During his lost years, he hadn't wanted people to see how unstable he was. Of course, sobriety had shown him that everyone was a little bit off. His shit was just closer to the surface. "What's wrong with you?" Eva had asked that first day. Shane had been fielding this question for years, but when Eva said it, it was the first time he'd actually given it any real thought. She'd asked with curiosity, not judgment. Shane was a complete stranger and confessed to breaking his arm on purpose, but she didn't write him off or condemn him, or worse, laugh. She didn't try to convince him to stop. Eva's generosity was stunning. She just wanted to know why. And he would have told her. But back then he couldn't articulate the reasons why he did that to himself. Keeping a steady pace, Shane powered past City Vineyard, the riverfront restaurant with its dazzling downtown skyline views and digital nomads sipping rosé in plastic glasses. The sweet fermented scent of a bar wafted over him on the dry, hot breeze, driving him to run faster. With every heavy footfall, every forward swing of his upper body, the bones in his left forearm reverberated, a low thrum just enough so he could never forget his old habit. And what, exactly, was wrong with him? The first time it happened was when Shane was 7. The terrible event that had sent him hurtling from foster home to foster home, where he learned new crimes, new dysfunctions, new ways to be unloved. That was one piece of it. The other was every time he broke his arm, it hurt. But when it dulled, he'd be shot through with this remarkable insight about himself. It was the only time he saw who he was crystal clear. The second time, he was a 3rd grader in a D.C. juvenile detention center, and a guard was mercilessly kicking his ass for sleeping through lunch. Shane kept fighting back, a mad-as-hell Mighty Mouse with rapid-fire fists. Finally, the guard knocked him off his feet with a quick, decimating blow to the jaw, and Shane purposely used his arm to break his fall. Bone broken. Oh, he realized. I'm a person who doesn't know when to stop. Another time, he was a 12-year-old in the schoolyard. In a school full of rowdy, troubled misfits, Shane already had a reputation for being the craziest. In front of a crowd, some girl dared an older kid to crack him over the head with a Snapple bottle, just to see what Shane would do. In a flash, Shane had the older dude in a headlock and then flung them both against a brick wall, elbow first, bone broken. Oh, he realized. I'm a person people watch for entertainment. Later at 17, a loud-mouthed knucklehead was bullying the new kid, and to save her, Shane whacked him in the face with his casted arm, bone broken. Oh, he realized. I'm a person who'll do anything for this girl. Before Eva had so dramatically collided with him on the bleachers, Shane had felt like he was slipping away. And there was certainly no school counselor, no parent, no concerned social worker grounding him to the earth. Then he met Eva, and she breathed the same air, She stuck to his bones, imprinted herself on his brain, and thoroughly rearranged his world in the best way. Stop thinking about the past. Start thinking about how you're going to explain yourself to this woman. Shane was mired in these thoughts when his phone vibrated on his arm, where it was slotted in his Nathan iPhone armband rated Best Accessory of 2019 by runnersworld.com. He froze abruptly on the path. A few paces behind Shane, a group of baroquely mustachioed and muscle-bound Bushwick dudes skidded to a halt seconds before they would have body-slammed into him. "The fuck, bro?" The near collision didn't register, because Shane was too busy praying. This was it. The moment. Eva finally wanted to talk. He issued a silent plea to the universe that he was right and snatched the phone out of his armband. It was Marisol, Detuan, Reginald, and Ty. 4 of his favorite students had texted him, one after the other. Wiping sweat from his forehead and drooping with disappointment, Shane zigzagged through the joggers to a small stretch of Emerald City green grass to the left of the path. Finding an empty spot, he collapsed on his back, exhausted and winded. So Eva still wasn't speaking to him. But hearing from his kids was second best. Like he did with Ty, Shane promised all the students he mentored that he'd always be available. These were at-risk kids. None of them had real parental figures, and he'd happily stepped into the position. Shane strongly doubted he'd have his own children. He didn't trust his DNA. And the question of who his birth parents were, well, he had a feeling it was better not knowing. But for a misanthropic nomad with no professional training in mentoring teenagers, and whose own teenage years could have inspired a chilling docuseries on Vice TV, he owned the role. It fit him almost too comfortably. Shane's life as a teacher hit harder and was more rewarding than making it onto a bestsellers list. He was probably too attached to surrogate parenting other people's kids. There'd been a few moments, like when Bree, his favorite student in Houston, was strong-armed by a cop after a neighbor called the police on her loud but innocent Sweet 16 party, when his investment spilled over into something unhealthy. His reaction was thunderous, and it was the first and only time he felt unsteady in sobriety. But he loved those kids. They needed him. And Shane never actually slipped, so it was worth the risk. Today, 7:57 p.m. Marisol.
Mr. Hall, is cat food poisonous when people eat it? Mistakes were made.
Today, 7:59 p.m. Detuan.
What's good? Funny shit. Principal Parker thought WTF meant, well, that's fantastic.
Today, 8:02 p.m. Reginald.
Sup? Broke up with Taja. She's a bad GF. Told her actions speak louder than wombats. Wombs. Words. Fucking autocorrect.
Today, 8:06 p.m. Ty.
WID. I like the planetarium.
Shane's brows crinkled in surprise. Ty didn't like anything. And if he did, he certainly never articulated it. He barely articulated anything at all. Shane's entire goal in setting up the internship at the planetarium was to get him invested in something, show him what it was like to pursue a passion. Shane glanced up at the sky. He wanted to be home before night fell in case Eva stopped by. He had time for a call.
Ty, what's good, dog? I got your text.
Yeah.
You like the planetarium internship?
It's aight.
Tell me about it.
Why do you like it? Silence.
Ty? I'm shrugging.
Shane sighed. He really needed to work with Ty on his communication skills.
You just said, I like the planetarium. That's a powerful declarative statement. When you express an opinion, you should be prepared to support it with viable evidence. You enjoy it based on what?
I don't know. It's just chill. Like, I don't know why.
Ty paused for a moment. I mean, in the Sky Theater. Sky Theater? That's what Mr. James calls it. In the Sky Theater, it's like I'm a real astronomer, like for real, for real. I can see the sun's path from east to west, look up close at the moon. That's incredible, Ty. I know the moon's your shit. Yeah, and today we learned about bizarre stellar objects like neutron stars, pulsars, black holes. And there's a girl. Shane smiled. Oh, word? Yeah, she be in there sometimes, she draws or whatever. Today she drew a white dwarf. Shane stared blankly into the sky. But why? A white dwarf's a star that's exhausted its nuclear fuel. Oh. What's her name? You talk to her? Nah, I can't talk to her. She bad, huh? More silence. Ty, are you shrugging? Yeah. Listen, you're smart, you're loyal. You're one of the most interesting kids I've ever met. You never know, this girl might go to the planetarium every day hoping that you'll speak to her. Just try. Can I ask you something? As usual, Ty's questions sounded like statements. How you know when you really feeling a girl? Shane sat up a bit, leaning back on his elbows. Liking the planetarium girl was monumental for a deeply insecure kid like Ty, and must be dealt with gently. When it's real, declared Shane, you won't even have to ask the question. It just hits you, kind of like being shot. Shot? Repeated Ty, sounding doubtful. So much for gently, thought Shane. Hear me out, said Shane. It's like you know something dramatic happened, but you don't know your insides have been ripped open until after the fact. That's what falling in love is like. When it's real, you don't fall in love with any awareness. You don't get a say. You get hit fucking hard and then process it later. You know? More silence. I ain't trying to get shot, fam. Ty, it was a metaphor. Yeah, but I just want to ask if she wants to go with me to Cold Stone or whatever, get some ice cream, grumbled Ty. You're doing too much. See? You don't even need my help. You got a plan, said Shane encouragingly. Just ask her out tomorrow, and be confident with it. If you believe you're that dude, she will too. Maybe I should ask her if she's lactose intolerant first. Under no circumstances should you do that. Nah, you right. Listen, you got this, said Shane. Hit me back. Let me know how it goes. I'll get at you. Good looking out, said Ty, and then he clicked off. Shane slipped his phone back in his armband, buzzing with hope for that kid. Ty would be fine. The sun had just set, and there was still a chance, an off chance, a slim to none chance, that Eva would come. He set off jogging through the bendy West Village streets back to Horatio Street. There was a strong possibility that the diner was the last time he'd ever see Eva. But he couldn't help wanting more. Seeing her again was stressful and world-tilting, but underneath it was good. Too good. On the flight to New York, Shane had imagined a million scenarios of how their meetup would go. He'd hoped he wouldn't feel anything. But like he'd just told Ty, he didn't really have a say in it, did he? Chapter 12. 20 Questions. 2004. It was after dark when Shane brought Genevieve to an immense, uninhabited mansion on Wisconsin Avenue. As always, he felt nothing but derision for people who'd own a place like this and never even bother to live there. If it were his, he'd have to be forcibly removed. The decor looked like a museum. There were gold filigree accents and animal skin rugs everywhere, twinkling chandeliers. A dizzyingly abstract, primary color, splashed painting hung over a horsehair couch in the foyer. That couch was a prickly horror never meant to be sat on. Genevieve plonked herself down on it immediately. She didn't ask how Shane knew the alarm passcode, or why, despite the house being bathed in darkness,
He knew his way around. Tomorrow, he'd explain that it was his friend's childhood home. She lived on campus at Georgetown Law. Her dad was the Korean ambassador, and since her parents more or less lived in Seoul, the house was usually empty. She'd extended an open invitation for Shane to stay whenever he wanted to escape. He hoped Geneviève wouldn't ask what he did in return for her generosity. Not that he was ashamed. He just didn't want her to know how desperate he was. But then Shane remembered her expression in the ER when he asked her to run away. The look on her face had been wild, a flash of despair mixed with thrill. An automatic yes, because the alternative was unthinkable. This was a girl who understood desperation. Shane led her through the Mexican tiled kitchen to a servant's stairwell and up to a suite on the 3rd floor. Once a fancy teenage girl's bedroom, today it doubled as attic storage. Photo albums, dolls, ancient magazines, snow globes, and flutes were stacked in neat piles. There were 2 massive French doors leading out to a terrace overlooking a rolling green backyard with a kidney-shaped pool. Holding Genevieve's hand, Shane led her slowly to a canopied 4-poster bed, plush with pale pink bedding. Then he reached under the bed and pulled out a tray with gallon-sized baggies holding endless amounts of weed, pills, syringes, powders. They were labeled by feeling. Coma, Valium. Chill, weed. Party, cocaine. Elsatz, Adderall. Whore, ecstasy. Numb, Percocet. And so on. The Georgetown girl was a whimsical drug addict, and he was her dealer. Shane peeled off his tea and collapsed on top of the covers next to Geneviève. They smoked a roach till it was gone. At some point, they curled into each other. Genevieve's face nestled into Shane's neck, his fingers tangling themselves in her curls. It was a hazy, blissful thing, holding her so close in this innocent way. He slept harder than he had in his life. Around 10 p.m., Annabelle Park strode into her parents' home. She was wearing a baby pink, juicy couture mini dress and diamond studs. Nestled inside her Louis Vuitton dog carrier was her chihuahua, Nicole Richie. Annabelle knew Shane was there. He'd called. Of course, he and his beautiful dick were always welcome. Plus, he was fabulous company, because he never spoke. She'd gossip to him about DC elites, and he'd lie there, looking deceptively attentive. Grinning, she trotted up both flights of stairs. Annabelle flung open her old bedroom door. Instantly, she was assaulted by the decadent scent of expensive weed and the sight of Shane in her bed, all cuddled up with some chick. That messy motherfucker. Her first instinct was to kick him out, but, well, she wasn't a monster. Where would he go? In 10 months, she learned only 3 things about Shane. The first was that he lived in some Miss Hannigan-ass children's shelter. The internet said it was an asylum where minors were sent after failing more than 20 trial runs with foster families. The good kids took brain-dulling antipsychotic meds with no argument, while bad ones were put in solitary, tied to radiators, twisted Victorian shit. She couldn't send him back there. By the way, yes, Annabelle was feeling mildly jealous, but it would pass. After all, she was in the middle of planning a $125,000 fall wedding to Dr. Jonathan Kim at the Four Seasons in Georgetown. Whenever it was vacant, Annabelle's parents' house was a crash pad for her assorted, strung-out friends and their strung-out friends. There were few things she respected less than her parents' house. Shane and the waif with the tragic hair could stay. The staff would be back next Monday to clean up anyway. Annabelle crept in to get a closer look. Shane and the girl sported matching black eyes. She was clasping Shane's arm as if she were adrift in a biblical-level sea storm, and he were her only anchor. Annabelle felt sad for her. Shane couldn't be anyone's anchor. He'd never love anything more than getting obliterated. The second thing she knew about Shane was that despite being chased by some powerful demons, he always survived unscathed. But Annabelle suspected that the girl who fell for him wouldn't have the same luck. When it was over, she'd stagger away, scarred for life. Annabelle tiptoed downstairs to the servants' kitchen. She grabbed 2 bags of frozen peas and a chilled bottle of balogh vodka. Back upstairs, she carefully laid the frozen bags on their faces for the bruises. Then she placed the vodka on the nightstand. Shane couldn't wake up without it. That was the third thing she knew about him. With a smug hair flip, she picked up Nicole Richie, spun on her shoes, and left. Annabelle's haters thought she was a mean coke whore with fake cheekbones, and yes, she did have fake cheekbones. But she also had a very real heart. Annabelle Park, soon to be Annabelle Kim, was 22 and was grateful to be an adult. Grown women knew better than to attach themselves to time bombs. Teenage girls couldn't wait to be ruined. When Shane woke up, he didn't know what time it was, what day it was, or where he was. All he knew was that he awoke gently, floating, peaceful. And as he did, Shane gradually came to the awareness that he was caressing the preternaturally soft, sweet skin of a girl, and that he was big-spooning this girl, and it was Genevieve. And then he remembered everything: school, the hospital, the frantic dash to the house, and then smoking and smoking before drifting off together. Hazy flashes from the night came rushing back. He remembered jolting awake from a dream, realizing she was too far away, and pulling her against him, with an unthinking neediness he'd never allowed himself to feel before. At one point, during a brief glimmer of consciousness, he'd realized they were clinging to each other ferociously, smothering each other so that it was almost too hard to breathe, but it felt so good that before drifting off again, he thought, fuck it, dying like this would be worth it. Shane opened his eyes. Genevieve's head was lying on his good arm, which was 100% numb, and his casted one was resting on her hip. He took in the spacious, girly room with the canopy over the king-sized bed, shading them from the sun streaming through the glass terrace doors. The clock on the wall read 2 p.m. They'd slept for 13 hours. Groaning a little, he felt his usual morning tremors, the uncontrollable shaking that alerted him he'd need a drink. Soon. But not right now. Right now, he needed to bury his entire face in the coconut-scented warmth of Genevieve's hair. The way she had become so important to him in just a day was inexplicable. But inexplicable things happened to him, and Shane accepted life's oddities. He didn't know if this made him an adventurer or an idiot, but one thing was true. Nothing interesting ever came from a clear path of rationality. On the bleachers, all he'd wanted to do was enjoy his vodka and ketamine buzz while reading a book he'd already read 14 times. It was comforting to Shane, knowing what words were coming next. And that was what was inexplicable about Genevieve. It felt like she was supposed to come next, like the chapter had already been written and they were just taking their places, like he already knew her by heart. Shane inhaled her scent again, savoring her. Nothing's better than this, he thought sleepily. That was when he noticed the vodka on the nightstand. Suddenly wide awake, Shane gazed from the bottle to Genevieve's perfect almond-brown shoulder and then back to the bottle. With clarity, he decided that the 2 most urgent things in the universe were A, keeping her in his arms, and B, procuring the vodka. How he would get from here to there without waking her up was a question of logistics. Carefully, his good arm still trapped under Genevieve, he reached over her with his casted arm, fingers still inches from the bottle. He scooted her forward a bit and, with Herculean effort, lunged across her and grabbed at it. Shane twisted off the cap with his teeth and downed 3 huge gulps. As he took a breath and another swig, the shaking slowed, and he started to feel normal. Shane reached over Geneviève and placed it back on the nightstand. He stared at the ceiling. Then he rolled her over and reached for it again. "How many times we gonna do this?" asked Geneviève, her voice muffled by the pillow. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "You're awake?" "I am now." She grabbed the bottle and handed it to him, turning so they were face to face. God, she looked adorable in his t-shirt, with her wild hair and sleep-creased cheeks. "Hi," he said, with a face-splitting smile. Geneviève smiled back, but then her expression grew dark. "What's wrong?" "No, I'm confused," she stammered, looking lost. "What happened? Where am I? And who are you?" Shane's eyes widened. Had Geneviève's head hit the floor after she got punched? Did she have concussion-related memory loss? No. He wouldn't panic. "What's the last thing you remember?" he asked. Geneviève squeezed her eyes shut. "Cincinnati." "Cincinnati?" "It's in Ohio," she said. "You serious?" Shane sat up, propping himself against the velvet headboard. He dropped his head into his hands. No. Genevieve's mouth trembled, and then her eyes crinkled, and she burst out laughing. "You're so shook." "Fuck me," he breathed. Despite himself, his mouth curved into a grin, and then he chuckled shakily. "I really thought you had amnesia." Looking proud, Geneviève sat up next to him, shoulder to shoulder. "Convincing, right? I grew up watching Days of Our Lives." "You're a very strange person," he said worshipfully. Nodding in agreement, she leaned her head on his shoulder. "No, but for real, you remember how we got here, right? You're not scared?" "Nothing scares me," said Geneviève with confidence. Shane didn't quite believe her, though, because just then the phone in her backpack buzzed, and she tensed against him. It buzzed and buzzed, but she made no move to answer it. He wondered who was calling her. Slipping his arm around her shoulders, he pulled her closer, wanting to obliterate her worry, or at least cuddle it out of her. Geneviève let out a small, contented sigh that ended in a slight moan. And it took all he had not to kiss her. Shane couldn't. He couldn't make it about that. With everything that had happened in the past 24 hours, kissing should have been nothing. But with Geneviève, it'd be something. With her, it'd be a promise. "I don't even know you," murmured Geneviève, tracing an old scar on his chest with her index finger. "Why don't we feel like strangers?" "Don't ask," said Shane. "You pull a loose thread and the whole shit unravels." Her phone buzzed again. This time she looked over at her backpack, which was flung across a wicker chair. Her face was cloudy with worry and dread, but she continued to ignore it. She bit her bottom lip. "Hey, want to go somewhere and be bad?" "Youthful indiscretion bad or arrested bad?" "I can't get arrested. My face is all bruised up. How would my mugshot look?" "Authentic?" Stretching a little, his leg hit something cold. Shane dug underneath the sheets and unearthed a bag of defrosted peas. "We slept with peas? These yours?" "No. Everyone hates peas." "Huh." Shane took an indulgent swig from the bottle. Something oxidized in his brain, and he was starting to feel properly drunk. "This is good vodka." He studied the bottle with a quizzical expression. "Whose is this?" "Do you have amnesia?" Geneviève said, smirking. "Yo," he said, "my short-term memory is so fucked." "Ketamine is a terrible habit." "Life is a terrible habit," he said, a reckless glint in his eye. "Want to go down to the pool and get fucked up?" Before she could answer, Genevieve's phone buzzed again. "Yeah, let's go swimming," she said quickly. "But what about your cast?" "Saran wrap," he said with a shrug. "Will swimming hurt your head, though? I don't want to make it worse." Geneviève rested her chin on his arm. She gazed up at him with a soft expression, a trace of a smile playing on her lips. "No one ever asks," she said quietly. "I'll be fine. But how fucked up are we getting? What if we drown?" Shane couldn't respond. He was tangled up in her face. He lost track of the conversation completely, hopelessly captivated by her onyx eyes, her languid energy, the buzzing warmth of her skin against his. What if we drown? He already had. Genevieve's phone buzzed again. This time, she shot Shane an apologetic look and yanked the phone from her backpack. From the bed, Shane saw the name Lisette flash across the screen. She muted the phone and tossed it on the chair, and stood there rubbing her temples with her knuckles. Her mood had changed. She was radiating anxiety. "Does your friend have anything for pain?" She sounded vague and far away. "I don't have my pills." Shane reached under the bed for Annabelle's stash and crawled out of the bed, handing Genevieve the baggie labeled numb. "Yeah, I sold her most of this shit. I'll just restock later." "Thanks." With downcast eyes, she grabbed a switchblade-sized pouch from her backpack, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Preoccupied, she started scratching her inner arm, the skin blazing an angry red. "Genevieve, you good?" he asked, moving closer. "No." She raised her hand, stopping him. Yes, I just need to use the bathroom. Give me a minute." Nodding, he said, "Whatever you need to do." Genevieve walked across the buffed-to-perfection wood floors to the adjoining bathroom, the interior of which was outfitted in Burberry plaid wallpaper and gold fixtures. She shut the door behind her. He knew what she was doing in there. He wanted to stop her, but it was none of his business. On the one hand, they were currently sharing a space, but on the other, it would be hypocritical of him to dictate which destructive behaviors were and weren't appropriate. Clutching the vodka, Shane knocked on the bathroom door. "Can I just stand here? On the other side of the door?" The silence lasted too long. Shane wondered if he could break down the door if he had to. "Why?" Genevieve's voice sounded weak. "So you're not alone." "Really?" She paused. When she spoke again, her voice was closer. "Yeah, I guess." Shane leaned his back against the door, scratching his jawline, plucking at his bottom lip, cracking his knuckles. "You want to talk, or—" Just then he felt a Genevieve-sized pressure on the other side of the door. "Okay." She sounded close enough to touch. "Let's talk." 20 questions, he said, clearing his throat. "I'll go first. What kind of French are you? Haitian, Algerian?" "Louisiana." "Your dad's from Louisiana?" "My dad's unknown." "So's mine." "Ever wonder who yours is?" "Nah, I'm good. The concept of father just feels made up, like Santa or the Easter Bunny." Shane tapped the bottle against his leg. "Never believed in those niggas either." "When I was little," said Genevieve, "I wished he was Mufasa." Shane paused. "I'm gonna say something controversial." "Don't tell me you haven't seen The Lion King." "It's just, Victor's right history, right? What if Mufasa was the bad guy, and we don't know because he's the star of the story? Circle of Life feels like propaganda to put working-class animals in their place. Like, shut the fuck up, you're meant to be eaten. Maybe I'm bugging." "You're not bugging. You're a psychopath," she said. But he could hear a smile in her voice. "My turn. Do you know your mom?" "Nah. Orphan. You got a mom?" Her silence felt heavy. "Sometimes." "Better than nothing, right?" "Debatable," she sighed. "My turn. Any hidden talents?" Shane tapped his bottom lip, wondering if he was going to admit this to her. "I can sing," he confessed haltingly. "Really sing. On some smooth R&B shit, like no matter the song, it could be Happy Birthday. My voice comes out sounding like genuine. It's fucking embarrassing. Genevieve wailed with laughter. Sing something. A big song like End of the Road, the Thong Song, Beautiful by Aguilera. He half grinned. You want me to humiliate myself for you?
No, I want you to want to humiliate yourself for me.
They laughed, and soon they were quiet. Shane taking measured sips and Genevieve silent. Shane was seeing double. He closed one eye and his vision rebalanced. Hey, he started. Why do you do it?
Don't know. I go into a daze.
She sounded far away again.
There's a relief after.
Does it hurt?
That's the point.
Same with my arm, he admitted. Hurts, but I need it. Like it's the glue holding me together. She said something inaudible and then,
Gonna sit now.
Shane felt her weight slide down the door. He sat down too. He didn't know how long they were like that. Time was elastic. After a while, Shane passed out. He must have slept hard because when Genevieve finally opened the door, he fell flat on his back with a dull thunk.
Let's go to the pool.
She sounded strong, cheerful. Shane peered up at her from the floor. Genevieve was wearing a brilliant smile, like the pills had kicked in and what had been hurting her no longer did. She was soaking wet, hair dripping. Had she taken a shower with her clothes on? The only sign that she'd cut herself was the discreet Band-Aid on her inner forearm. Stupefied, Shane stared at his drenched T-shirt gripping her skin, her bra, her panties, and he was caught between a helpless surge of arousal and uneasy fascination. It's like nothing's happened. She didn't seem hurt. She seemed triumphant, a force of nature. For a heated, drunken moment, Shane thought he'd hallucinated the whole thing. But then confidently she stepped over him, dripping everywhere and striding out of the room. "Get up," she called out over her shoulder. Without thought, he did. Wednesday. Chapter 13. Pretty Sentimental. The next morning, things were still unbearably awkward between Eva and Audrey. Eva's stomach was twisted in knots. It was less about the fight, really, and more about the way they'd spoken to each other. They never said purposefully hurtful things to each other. Other moms and daughters did, but not them. In silence, Audrey slipped out of the house with no breakfast. Eva was destroyed. She really was. But she knew she had to get this done. The second Audrey left, she threw on a short but casual tank dress, tousled her curls to hair vlogger lusciousness, and speed-walked to the F train. In the 3 blocks to the subway, her tiny migraine escalated from dull to abusive, June humidity, and threatened to puncture her fearlessness. She ducked into a bodega bathroom and shot herself in the thigh with her injectable painkiller. By the time she showed up in the West Village, she had a numb thigh, a woozy brain, and limp hair. But she remained focused. After grabbing 2 iced coffees at a beat-up 8th Avenue cafe, she rushed through the labyrinthine cobblestone streets till she found the address. Horatio Street oozed with designer charm and old New York splendor. Shaded by lush, overgrown trees, number 81 was the second to last on the block, a 19th century red brick townhouse. It loomed 1 story taller than the rest, with a majestic stoop leading up to a dramatic cerulean blue front door. Eva climbed the majestic stoop of the townhouse, pausing at the top stair, breathing hard, her hands frozen, the iced coffees dripping onto her Adidas. With no free hand to knock on the door, she gently kicked it with her foot. Nothing happened. She kicked it again, still nothing. And then it opened. Shane stood in the doorway, frustratingly broad-shouldered, bright-eyed, and exquisite. All rumpled white tee and gray joggers, pornographic. His expression reading pure, unabashed shock. "You're here," breathed Eva. "You're here," he said on an exhale. "You came." Eva nodded. "I did." He thumbed his bottom lip, trying not to smile. "Why?" "To bring you coffee," she said, because she didn't know how to tell him the truth. She thrust the cup into his hand. "Thanks," he said, confused. So I went too hard with the texting. I'm sorry. It was the way you left. I was worried." "No need. I'm fine." She caught her exceedingly nervous, fidgety reflection in the window. She didn't look fine. She looked like she was on her 5th grande latte. "Wanna come in?" "I shouldn't." "Oh." Shane hesitated a beat before adding, "Want me to come out?" Eva swayed a little, suddenly knocked off kilter. Here she was, standing before him in front of this big, beautiful old house, and she hadn't fully worked out her opener. "You owe me," she blurted out. "I owe you," he repeated. "Yeah." Shifting a tad, he thrust a hand in his pocket. "For the coffee?" This was so hard. "No, I mean, look, I'm not here to talk about the past, but after the way we ended, back then, you know you owe me." "Oh," he exhaled, getting it. "Hell yes, I owe you." "I need a favor." "Anything." "Really?" Nodding slowly, he caught her gaze. "What do you need?" "Focus." "Will you teach English at my daughter's—" "Yes," he interrupted. "School?" "I don't know how long you're staying, but the head of school is desperate for an English lit teacher for next school year. It's sort of an emergency." "Yes." "Don't you want to know why?" With twinkly eyes, he said, "Tell me later." "Bold of you to assume there'll be a later." "Bold of you to assume there won't be." Eva's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. "Excuse me?" "A platonic later." Shane gestured at her with his coffee. "You're saying the past is truly behind us, right?" "Right." "So, let's start over. Be friends. You got somewhere to be?" Frowning, she glanced at her watch. "Yeah, my life is, well, it's falling apart." "Want to talk about it?" She shook her head. "No. I better go." "Okay." Shane's expression gave away nothing. "Bye." Surprised, Eva let out an involuntary huff. "Bye?" Leaning into the doorframe, Shane said, "You want me to convince you to play hooky? If you want to do it, do it. You're grown." "Fine." She cocked her head, sizing him up. "Are you still dangerous?" He chuckled. "Are you?" "I'm a mom. I write letters to principals demanding energy-efficient classrooms." "And I was researching a silent Zen retreat 5 minutes before you showed up. We're so boring now. What trouble could we get into?" Biting his bottom lip, he raised his coffee cup toward her. 1 hour, she said, clicking her cup against his. "Tops." She took in his satisfied, sure smile. She'd never been sturdy enough to withstand that. First things first, Eva had to tell Bridget O'Brien the good news. As she quickly emailed Bridget, her fingers flying excitedly over her phone, a sense of exhilarated relief flooded her. Audrey's place at Cheshire Prep and everything they'd worked for was safe. Her baby's academic career saved. Thank God for Shane. And then as quickly as it came, her relief began to dissolve into something else. The slowly dawning realization that Shane was staying. Shane, in her city, infiltrating her world. It was a small price to pay for Audrey's academic career. She wouldn't stress about this now. Instead, all she felt was gratefulness. The sun shone amber and hot, but there was a gorgeous breeze, a perfect day for aimless wandering. So when Shane suggested they walk along the High Line, she cautiously agreed. It'd be a chill outing for a couple of old friends. Whatever they were, Shane and Eva hit the hidden stairwell up to the High Line. just behind the tourist-packed Whitney Museum. The elevated promenade connecting the West Village to Chelsea was filled with food carts, fountains, and shaded gardens overlooking the city. After a short walk, they found the mini amphitheater fronted by a glass wall looking over 10th Avenue. Eva was a bundle of nerves, but she felt surprisingly calm in Shane's presence. The sparse crowd on the steps radiated an infectious lazy day calm. A nursing mom, a dog walker sunbathing with 4 Yorkies, an older couple sipping lemonade. Eva and Shane picked a spot and carefully launched into hesitant small talk about the weather, book sales, the second season of Atlanta. Soon, after slipping into an easy silence, Eva dropped the circular chit-chat and dove in. "So," she started, 81 Horatio Street. "My address? What about it?" He shook his coffee, melting the ice. "That was James Baldwin's house. As stated," he noted, "by the plaque on the door." "No, I'm a Baldwin obsessive. I know he lived there from 1958 to 1961. She raised her brows pointedly. "He wrote Another Country in that house." "He did, didn't he?" Crossing her arms, Eva hit him with a squinty-eyed look. "That's the novel you were reading on the bleachers when we met." He folded his arms and met her eyes. Poetic coincidence. "Shane." He beamed. "You're pretty sentimental, bruh," she said. "And you remembered it, so you are too." With his smile splitting his face, Shane leaned back on his forearms, crossing his legs in front of him. The sun bounced off the planes of his skin. She found him stupidly irresistible. "If you have the opportunity to make a moment meaningful, why not take it?" he continued. "I could have stayed at a Ramada Inn with sad salesmen dying slowly of cliché and ennui. Or I could rent my favorite author's house and hopefully get inspired to write. If not, I'd at least enjoy a week of full circle symbolism." "How's that working for you?" "The full circle symbolism? Well, we're sitting on bleachers again 15 Junes later, so I'd say it's going pretty well." They shared a quiet look. Eva turned away first. "I meant the writing," she emphasized. "I can't make words do what I want them to do anymore." He sounded resigned. Eva set her coffee down. "It's like those cases where people suffer major head trauma, slip into a coma, and wake up speaking a different language. I'd imagine that's what it's like, writing sober for the first time." "Yeah," said Shane, mulling this over. Then he let out a small, mirthless chuckle. "It's exactly like that. Like I woke up one day and didn't know English. I'm trying to write in a language I no longer speak." Then he said, "I can't write sober." I haven't said that out loud till now. Eva leaned back and they were almost shoulder to shoulder. "Not that I ever watched any footage of you over the years," she smiled at him. "But you never seemed messy drunk, just sleepy." "God, is this about the NAACP awards?" "I'm just saying you hit it well." "Acting sober is an art," he explained. "The trick is to say very little and be very still. And if you do that too well, sleep inevitably happens." "I read somewhere," started Eva, "that on movie sets actors spin around in circles before shooting drunk scenes, so they're dizzy and off balance." "Smart," he said, swirling the ice in his coffee again, a twinkly, soothing sound. "You know what extras in crowd scenes do to look like they're mid-conversation? They repeat peas and carrots over and over, but gesticulate like they're really saying shit." "Is that true?" She nudged him with her shoulder. "Act mad." Scrunching up his handsome features into a menacing scowl, he mouthed, "Peas and carrots, peas and carrots." He looked like a furious golden retriever. Eva burst out laughing. "What's funny?" "Shane Hall, you're not scary anymore." "I know, I put the hug in thug." They both giggled, until they'd forgotten what was funny. Eventually, they lapsed into comfortable silence, enjoying the sun. When Shane's phone dinged, he lazily glanced down and saw it was from Ty. A selfie of his round, smiling face next to a cute girl with braids, both holding ice cream cones. Today is perfect, he thought, damn near giddily. Everything's perfect. I can't get over how much lighter you are now, said Eva, taking in his expression. Can I ask you how you stopped? Was it AA? Shane thought about this, folding his straw wrapper into a tiny square. Nah, I hated AA. The endless sharing and group therapy, all to figure out why you drink. I've always known why, and it never stopped me. I got sober because I wanted to. It was stop or die. He turned to look at her. I'm too narcissistic to die. Huh? You sure therapy didn't work? Shane was on the verge of a retort, and then he got distracted by the sun glinting off her bare arms. His eyes traveled across her skin, no longer scarred, but scattered with delicate black tattoos. A half moon, the Louisiana state symbol, a feather. Someone's birth date etched into a dreamy, flower-strewn vine encircling her wrist. Her art was a beautiful distraction. You'd never know what was underneath. How'd you stop, Genevieve? Eva, she said softly. I know, he said after a pause. It's hard for me to say. It's okay, she said. And it was. After us, I went to a mandatory psychiatric center for self-harm. Your mom sent you? No, the police, she said, offering no more information. At the center, I found out that cutting was a reaction to feeling helpless. The only time I felt control. She ran her hand up and down her left arm, as if protecting it from searing memories. Before that, I thought of it as a divine ritual. Mayans believed that at birth the gods gift humans with blood, so you cut yourself to give it back, like a spiritual cleansing. You ever miss it? Asked Shane. Sometimes, she admitted in a slight voice. Usually in the shower. I miss the sting when the water hit my cuts. Pretty sick, huh? Not to me, he said, with no judgment at all. Eva sank into his energy, relaxing a bit, thankful for it. I don't miss drinking, he continued. But I do miss having a crutch. At first I'd look at sober people like, damn, y'all really out here feeling everything? Yeah, I miss having a way to mute it all. I miss vices. In silence, they sat shoulder to shoulder, inches apart, bodies mirroring each other, but not touching. You're still wearing the ring, he said. She didn't realize he'd been looking at her. Heart fluttering, Eva held up her hand, squinting at her old cameo ring in the sun. It makes me feel protected. I don't know why. Do you have anything like that? Like a security blanket? No. Shane looked out into the street. No, not anymore. Eva tucked a curl behind her ear, watching hipsters leave Artichoke Basili's Pizza down on 10th Avenue. And then offering Shane a shy smile, she stood up, heading down the bleachers to the glass wall. Standing there, she leaned forward until her forehead rested against the cool glass. The feeling was incredible, like she was suspended in the air over the street below, like the world stopped and started here. Her eyes fluttered shut, and she felt Shane stand next to her. I did this with Audrey once, she told him. Feels like you're floating, right? Close your eyes. They stood there for a beat, or two or three, before she glanced at Shane. Shane's eyes weren't closed at all. He was drinking her in, his expression wide open and mesmerized. In the sun, his eyes shone paler than usual. Eva remembered this color, this gold-flecked honey. She remembered it all. How easy it was falling into him. One minute she was fine, the next minute she was gone. Let's go, said Shane. breaking whatever spell they'd fallen under. Eva blinked. Where? To find new vices, undangerous ones. Are they worth it? Asked Eva. If they aren't dangerous? Don't know. And then with boyish delight he said, Let's find out. Shane and Eva found their first safe vice, an artisanal gelato stand on Little West 12th. And they went hard, ordering 3 scoop cones before heading back out to the shadow-dappled, maze-like West Village streets. Shane's cone was brimming over with olive oil ice cream, and Eva's was cinnamon cappuccino gelato. It was delicious. The whole afternoon was delicious. So much so that Shane was already nostalgic for it before it had even ended. It was like the space-time continuum had hiccuped, and they'd never not known each other. They were light as air, giddy with their rekindled friendship. Shane wouldn't dare tempt fate by asking for more than this. This moment was perfect enough. Just this. Just Eva. An Aphrodite in Adidas. His distractingly, dizzyingly sexy Eva, who had barely touched her gelato because she'd spent the last 7 blocks deconstructing the feminist subtext in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Shane, not even a superhero guy, was instantly converted. Eva's passion was contagious. Her laugh felt weightless. Her delivery was so bossy. At one point, deep in discourse, she used her glasses as a headband, pulling back her hair, and Shane watched one spiral escape, bouncing onto her forehead in agonizing slow-mo. I'd risk it all for that single curl. Shane was aware that he was going nuts. It was almost too much to walk, talk, and eat ice cream at the same time. Thankfully, Eva plopped down on a bench outside of a 19th century apothecary. As she finally dug into her melting gelato, he asked the question that had been on his mind since that morning. Subject change, he said clunkily. Why'd you say your life's falling apart? After a dramatic groan, Eva explained Audrey's Snapchat scandal. And Audrey's a dream, but she thinks she knows everything about the world. She's desperate to be grown. It's scary. Mothering her, I feel so lost sometimes. My only example is my mom, who was many things, but mother wasn't quite one of them. Before Shane could answer, he saw that across the street on the corner, an olive-skinned 20-something with a pink ponytail was gawking at them. She grinned, typed something into her phone, and then giggled. Thankfully, she wasn't in Eva's line of vision. Motherfuck, he thought, ducking his head. The young fangirls were so wild. The kind with 8 inked on 8 different body parts. You never really told me about your mom, he said, facing away from the girl. Eva licked her gelato. Let's see. She was from a tiny town, Bellefleur. Growing up, people called her Mandy, a nickname for mantis, because she was born with her hands in a prayer like a praying mantis. On the bayou, she started in her mom's Louisiana drawl. Your given name is just a suggestion. She smiled. Lizette suits her better. Sounds fragile and tragic. That's my mom, said Eva, nodding. Anyway, she wasn't trained for anything beyond winning pageants. She got all the way to Miss Universe in 1987, but was disqualified. On some Vanessa Williams shit? Asked Shane. No, 'cause she couldn't enter the swimsuit competition with a second trimester bump, she chuckled. After I was born, we moved to LA, but she was too short to model, and her accent was too thick to act. Her saviors were rich men. She became a sort of professional mistress, which was lucrative for a while. The homes, clothes, schools, all top-notch. You know, I don't remember the inside of any apartments I lived in as a kid. Just the view from my bedroom windows. A man-made lake with marble mermaid fountain in Vegas. The back of a ritzy Persian restaurant in Chicago. In Atlanta, it was a cul-de-sac with a heavy stray cat population, all of which I named after Wu-Tang members. That's a lot of cats. After each breakup, we'd move. By the time I was a teenager, the cities had gotten seedier and the men she chose were nightmares. But she never saw trouble coming. She was so childlike, said Eva. She slept all day, went out at night, and I was left on my own. Eva paused, her brow low. Lisette was a kook. But to be fair, her mom, my grandma Clotilda, also a confirmed kook. She was a professional mistress too? No, a murderess. A what? Grandma Clotilda had fits, fainting spells, the blues, and... She stopped abruptly. And what? Violent headaches. Shane stared at her unblinking. The town thought she was possessed, especially since she'd get excruciating headaches after she drank the blood of Christ every Sunday at Mass. Of course, the blood of Christ was just cheap red wine, a classic migraine trigger, but no one knew this in the 50s. Eva laughed a little. Everyone thought she was a witch, interrupted Shane, looking incredulous. A witch with migraines. Eva's dimple popped. One day my grandfather was singing in the shed in this loud baritone. Legend has it she was having a month-long spell and couldn't bear the noise, so she went crazy and shot him. The sheriff was too scared of her to prosecute, but she was run out of town. She left Lisette with an aunt and started over in Shreveport. Oh, and she became an entrepreneur. Apparently she made a mean jambalaya. She cashed in on the witch thing, selling her recipe at county fairs. Clothes, witch's brew, spices kissed by Satan himself. Her handcrafted labels show up on Southern aesthetic Pinterest boards. My mom told me all of this. She was one hell of a storyteller. It's the only thing we have in common. Shane slumped back against the bench. This is your lineage? That's some remarkably dark, fantastic shit. It gets darker. Eva had been holding on to these stories her entire life and was ecstatic to let them go. When Chloe was an infant, her mom, Delphine, took off in the dead of night. No warning. Just fled to New Orleans and passed as a Sicilian. Changed Mercier to Michelli, became a showgirl, married the Attorney General, had a white son, conquered 1930s society, and when her husband died a few years later, she inherited his house. A secretly black woman owned the finest mansion in the very, very racist Garden District. Imagine living with the fear of being found out, said Shane. I guess she couldn't. At 40, she drowned herself in the tub during her annual Christmas party with a house full of New Orleans aristocrats. She wrote Passant Blanc on the tiles in lipstick. Outed herself. Eva shrugged vaguely. The story was buried, apparently. I have white cousins who don't know who they are. I found them on Facebook. They're extremely white, too. Republican white. You have faux Italian family members. Shane wanted more. As Eva talked, she transformed, her hands floating in the air as if grabbing pieces of the story, her voice fluid, shape-shifting like she'd lived the stories herself. Eva was all of these women. This is a book, said Shane. Please write it. Right? And what would the title be? Unstable Mothers and Unattended Daughters? Eva sounded like she'd thought about this. A lot. Plus, I have to write book 15 before I start anything else. This is the book you brought up at the diner, said Shane, remembering. The one you said no one would read? You're wrong. This is Black American history told through some fascinating matriarchal badasses. Look, Audrey doesn't know about any of this. She thinks Lizette's a hero. I've tweaked history a bit, because I want her to be proud of who she is, insisted Eva. I've never even been to Bellefleur. Go! A buzz with energy, Shane turned his whole body to face her. Go! Can't. Eva shook her head. It'd require breaking myself open. Why don't you want to? It's a mess in there, she said hollowly. He wondered when the last time she'd fallen apart in front of someone was. But that's the good stuff, he insisted. It's you. I can't afford to fall apart, she said. Eva met his eyes then, and Shane saw that she looked starved. Something potent and protective hit him. He wanted to grab her and run, which, historically speaking, probably wouldn't end well. Shane, she said quietly, why haven't you said my name? Shane flinched, caught off guard. It was disorienting, being caught between what he felt then versus his feelings now. If Shane spoke her new name, then she stopped being a memory. She became tangible, and he'd have to confront what was real, which was that Eva Mercy was unspooling him as slowly and surely as if she'd tugged a thread. Shane was here to come clean and go. Falling for her wasn't the plan. I can't say your new name. Why? Hesitantly, he said, I can't afford to fall apart either. Shane heard Eva's tiny huff of breath and saw her lips part, but he never got to hear her answer, because there was the pink ponytailed chick standing in front of them, blocking the sun, waving maniacally as if she were a great distance away. Jolted out of a big moment, they peered up at her with confused Eva and annoyed Shane expressions.
Hi, she shouted. I'm Charlie with 2 eyes.
We all have 2 eyes, Shane muttered.
I saw that you guys had an intense vibe. I thought you might need to relax, so I'm inviting you in. But hurry, we close at 3 p.m.
In where? Asked Eva.
The dream house. I'm the door girl.
Pink Ponytail gestured at a nondescript townhouse across the street. It had a black door with a sign reading, The Dream House, in white block letters. A midtown corporate woman in Ann Taylor separates stumbled out, yawning contentedly. Oh, breathed Eva, facing Shane. I read about this on Refinery 29. It's an art installation that's like preschool nap time, but for adults. You drop by, meditate, sleep, chill, and then go back to work, refreshed. Shane was skeptical. 20 years ago, he would have robbed every sleeping idiot in that house. Is napping around strangers safe? Asked Eva, damn near reading his mind.
We have thorough rules, insisted Pink Ponytail. So Dream House is a sound and light immersive experience. The rooms are dark except for soft lilac lights, and there's incense and hypnotic music, but you'll hear different tones whether you're standing, sitting, or lying down, she pitched. Out here, it's chaos, global warming, Mike Pence. In there, it's peace, art, freedom. It's like a safe acid trip.
A drugless high? Eva looked at Shane. Shane looked at Eva. 10 minutes later, Shane and Eva were enveloped in a womb-like room, floating away. By then, Charlie with 2 eyes Sanchez had already uploaded her iPhone 10 pic of Shane and Eva onto the cursed Facebook group with a detailed description of the sighting. As backup events coordinator of the quite niche Latinx Bruja Association at Queens College, she was a massive fan of Eva's girl power witch. But as a lifelong New Yorker, she was far too cool to let Eva know.